scarcity of water. We have talked about the need to build resilience. And we have talked about the importance of investing in clean technologies. Together, of course, we come from very different places, but we share this common concern and this common threat. Here in the United States, the storms hitting our Gulf Coast are worst every year. The wildfires in my home state of California have grown in intensity. And of course, no nation or region is immune. Whether it is Western Europe, where heat waves have made it very difficult to stay indoors while risking a health risk, or the Pacific Islands, where rising sea levels threaten to encroach on the land and homes of lifelong residents. Or in Central America, where last year two major hurricanes devastated entire communities. As a global community, it is imperative that we act quickly and together to confront this crisis. And this will require innovation and collaboration around the world. It will require the use of renewable energy and new technologies. And it will give each of our nations the opportunity to build healthier communities and stronger economies. Here we believe tackling climate change, improving communities and creating jobs can occur simultaneously. And we must recognize the importance, of course, of justice in the work that we do. The communities hardest hit by climate change are the same communities harmed by wealth and gender inequality, toxic air pollution, and so much more. This truth holds around the world. So I urge all of us to focus on these communities, including indigenous communities, and consider their insight and experience in our efforts moving forward. They are critical leaders in this fight. Friends, the health of our communities, the well-being of our workers, and the strength of our economies depend on what we do now. And I can think of no one more committed to achieving our collective goals than President Joe Biden. The president was one of the first in the United States Congress to take on the issue of climate change. And on our first day in office, he led the fact that we would rejoin the Paris Agreement. And the president is just getting started as we work to tackle this crisis while creating clean energy jobs across our nation. It is now my great honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good morning to all our colleagues around the world leaders for taking part in this summit. I thank you. You know, your leadership on this issue is a statement to the people of your nation and to the people of every nation, especially our young people that we're ready to meet this moment. And meeting this moment is about more than preserving our planet. It's also about providing a better future for all of us. That's why when people talk about climate, I think jobs. Within our climate response lies an extraordinary engine of job creation and economic opportunity ready to be fired up. That's why I proposed a huge investment in American infrastructure and American innovation to tap the economic opportunity that climate change presents our workers and our communities, especially those too often that have left out and left behind. I want to build a critical infrastructure to produce and deploy clean technology, both those we can harness today and those that we'll invent tomorrow. I talk to the experts and I see the potential for a more prosperous and equitable future. The signs are unmistakable. The science is undeniable. But the cost of inaction keeps mounting. The United States isn't waiting. We are resolving to take action. Not only our federal government, but our cities and our states all across our country. Small businesses, large corporations, American workers in every field. I see an opportunity to create millions of good-paying, middle-class union jobs. I see line workers laying thousands of miles of transmission lines for a clean, modern, resilient grid. I see workers capping hundreds of thousands of abandoned oil and gas wells that need to be cleaned up, and abandoned coal mines that need to be reclaimed, putting a stop to the methane leaks and protecting the health of our communities. I see auto workers building the next generation of electric vehicles and electricians installing nationwide for 500,000 charging stations along our highways. I see the engineers and the construction workers building new carbon capture and green hydrogen plants to forge cleaner steel and cement and produce clean power. I see farmers deploying cutting-edge tools to make soil of our heartland the next frontier in carbon innovation. By maintaining those investments and putting these people to work, the United States sets out on the road to cut greenhouse gases in half by the end of this decade. That's where we're headed as a nation. And that's what we can do if we take action to build an economy that's not only more prosperous, but healthier, fair, and cleaner for the entire planet. You know, these steps will set America on a path of net zero emissions economy by no later than 2050. But the truth is, America represents less than 15% of the world's emissions. No nation can solve this crisis on our own, as I know you all fully understand. All of us, and particularly those of us who represent the world's largest economies, we have to step up. You know, those that do take action and make bold investments in their people and clean energy future will win the good jobs of tomorrow and make their economies more resilient and more competitive. So let's run that race. Win more sustainable future than we have now. Overcome the existential crisis of our times. We know just how critically important that is, because scientists tell us that this is the decisive decade. This is the decade we must make decisions that will avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. We must try to keep the Earth's temperature to an increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. You know, the world beyond 1.5 degrees means more frequent and intense fires, floods, droughts, heat waves, and hurricanes, tearing through communities, ripping away lives and livelihoods. Increasingly, dire impacts to our public health. It's undeniable, you know, the idea of accelerating and punishing the reality that will come if we don't move. We can't resign ourselves to that future. We have to take action, all of us. And this summit is our first step on the road we'll travel together, God willing, all of us, to and through Glasgow this November and the UN Climate Change Conference. You know, to set our world on a path to secure, prosperous, and sustainable future. The health of communities throughout the world depends on it. The well-being of our workers depends on it. The strength of our economies depends on it. The countries that take decisive action now to create the industries of the future will be the ones that reap the economic benefits of the clean energy boom that's coming. You know, we're here at this summit to discuss how each of us, each country, can set higher climate ambitions that will in turn create good-paying jobs, advance innovative technologies, and help vulnerable countries adapt to climate impacts. We have to move. We have to move quickly to meet these challenges. The steps our countries take between now and Glasgow will set the world up for success, to protect livelihoods around the world and keep global warming at a maximum of 1.5 degrees Celsius. We must get on the path now in order to do that. If we do, we'll breathe easier, literally and figuratively. We'll create good jobs here at home for millions of Americans and lay a strong foundation for growth for the future. And that can be your goal as well. This is a moral imperative, an economic imperative, a moment of peril, but also a moment of extraordinary possibilities. Time is short, but I believe we can do this. And I believe that we will do this. Thank you for being part of this summit. Thank you for the communities that you and the commitments you have made and the communities you're from. God bless you all. And I look forward to progress that we can make together today and beyond. We really have no choice. We have to get this done.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are so grateful to have all of you with us today. As President Biden and Vice President Harris have made clear, this administration intends to do more than any in U.S. history to meet the climate crisis. What the United States can do at home can make a significant contribution toward keeping the Earth's warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That's why we're raising our ambitions, as the President described, and we will meet the new targets we set. But of course, no country can overcome this existential threat alone. We're in this together. And what each of our nations does, or does not do, will not only impact people of our own country, but people everywhere. Many of us, perhaps all of us, feel a strong sense of urgency. That's why we're here. We hope that will translate into making the progress necessary during this critical year and over this decisive decade. The consequences of falling short are clear. Every one of our countries is already experiencing the impact of climate change, and they'll only get worse. More frequent and more intense storms, longer dry spells, bigger floods, more people displaced, more pollution, higher health costs. And climate change can drive the spread of disease, food insecurity, mass migration, and conflict. All of these consequences are hitting underserved and marginalized communities in our countries the hardest. And some countries are experiencing much more severe impacts than others, something we must acknowledge and address. But, as the President said, it would be a mistake to think about climate only through the prism of threats. As we take concrete actions to reduce emissions and prepare for the unavoidable impacts of climate change, we have an opportunity to create sustainable, good-paying jobs, to promote not only greater growth, but greater equity, and to provide sustainable, reliable, affordable access to energy to more people, which is crucial to every aspect of human development. So we're rooting for every country, every business, every community around the world to succeed in this effort. In that spirit, as other countries strive to meet and raise their climate targets, the United States will mobilize resources, institutional knowledge, and technical expertise from across our government, the private sector, civil society, and research universities to help. We want every country here to know we want to work with you to save our planet, and we're all committed to finding every possible avenue of cooperation on climate. If we work together, we can do more than just address this crisis. We can turn it into an opportunity to improve our societies and deliver for people worldwide. And we can lay the foundation for cooperation on other shared challenges. There are many issues on which we don't all see eye to eye. This isn't one of them. No matter what country we're from, we know the world that we want to pass on to our children and our grandchildren. I can think of no better or more urgent cause to bring us together. It's now my honor to call on His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres.
Earth. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing us together to focus on the existential threat of climate change. You have started this summit by walking the talk, and I applaud the commitment of the United States to cut greenhouse gas emissions 50 to 52% below 25 levels by 2030. Mother Nature is not waiting. The past decade was the hottest on record. Dangerous greenhouse gases are at levels not seen in 3 million years. Global temperature has already risen 1.2 degrees Celsius, racing towards the threshold of catastrophe. Meanwhile, we see ever-rising sea levels, scorching temperatures, devastating tropical cyclones, and epic wildfires. We need a green planet, but the world is on red alert. We are at the verge of the abyss. We must make sure the next step is in the right direction. Leaders everywhere must take action. First, by building a global coalition for net zero emissions by mid-century, every country, every region, every city, every company, and every industry. Second, by making this a decade of transformation. All countries, starting with major emitters, should submit new and more ambitious nationally determined contributions for mitigation, adaptation, and finance, laying out actions and policies for the next 10 years aligned with the 2050 net zero pathway. Third, we need to translate those commitments into concrete immediate action. So far, only 18 to 24% of pandemic recovery spending is expected to contribute to mitigating emissions, reducing air pollution, or strengthening natural capital. The trillions of dollars needed for COVID-19 recovery is money we are borrowing from future generations. We cannot use these resources to lock in policies that burden them with a mountain of debt on a broken planet. We must put a price on carbon, shifting taxation from income to carbon, and subsidies for fossil fuels. Ramp up investments in renewable energy and green infrastructure. Stop the financing of coal and the building of new coal power plants, and phase out coal by 2030 in the wealthiest countries and by 2040 everywhere else. Ensure a just transition for affected people and communities. Fourth, to build a truly global net zero coalition, we need a breakthrough on finance and adaptation. And this is critical for trust and collective action. Donors and multilateral national development banks must move from 20 to 50% in all climate flows to resilience and adaptation. Before the United Nations Climate Conference in November in Glasgow, we need concrete proposals that need access to greater finance and technological support for the most vulnerable countries. Developed states must deliver on public climate finance, including the long-promised $100 billion for climate action in developing countries at the G7 summit in June. Excellencies, young people are pushing their elders to do what is right. Women are on the front lines. More than 700 cities have committed to net zero by 2050, and I'm encouraged by the mobilization of the financial sector around the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, representing $70 trillion of assets. And I call on all members to align as soon as possible behind the gold standard on credibility and ambition established by the Asset Owners Alliance that I convened. Let us now mobilize political leadership to move ahead together to overcome climate change, end our war on nature, and build lives of dignity and prosperity for all. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. It's now my honor to call on the President of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Xi Jinping.
尊敬的拜登总统，尊敬的各位同事，很高兴应邀出席领导人气候峰会。气候变化给人类生存和发展人与自然
needs to come together to foster a community of life for man and nature. First, we must be committed to harmony between man and nature. All things that grow live in harmony and benefit from the nourishment of nature. Mother Nature has nourished us, and we must treat nature as our root. Respect it, protect it, and follow its laws. We should protect nature and preserve the environment like we protect our eyes. Second, we must be committed to green development. Green mountains are gold mountains. To protect the environment is to protect productivity, and to improve the environment is to boost productivity. The truth is as simple as that. We need to make sure that a sound environment is there to buttress sustainable economic and social development worldwide. Third, we must be committed to systemic governance. Mountains, rivers, forests, as well as farmlands, lakes, grasslands, and deserts all make indivisible parts of the ecosystem. We need to properly balance all elements and aspects of nature and maintain overall balance in the ecosystem. Fourth, we must be committed to a people-centered approach. The environment concerns the well-being of people in all countries. We need to take into full account people's longing for a better life and good environment, as well as our responsibility for future generations. We need to deliver social equity and justice in the cause of green transition and increase people's sense of benefit, happiness, and security. Fifth, we must be committed to multilateralism. We need to work on the basis of international law, follow the principle of equity and justice, and focus on effective actions. We need to uphold the UN-centered international system, comply with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Paris Agreement, and strive to deliver the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Sixth, we must be committed to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is the cornerstone of global climate governance. We need to give full recognition to developing countries' contribution to climate action and accommodate their particular difficulties and concerns. Developed countries need to increase climate ambition and action and make concrete efforts to help developing countries accelerate the transition to green and low-carbon development. Not long ago, the Chinese and US sides released a joint statement addressing the climate crisis. China looks forward to working with the international community, including the United States, to jointly advance global environmental governance. Colleagues, the Chinese civilization has always valued harmony between man and nature. It has been our constant pursuit that man and nature could live in harmony with each other. China will follow the thought on ecological civilization and implement the new development philosophy. We will continue to prioritize ecological conservation and pursue a green and low-carbon path to development. China will strive to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. China has committed to move from carbon peak to carbon neutrality in a much shorter time span than what might take many developed countries, and that requires extraordinarily hard efforts from China. Support is being given to encourage peaking pioneers from localities, sectors, and companies. We will strictly control coal-fired power generation projects. We will strictly limit the increase in coal consumption over the 14th five-year plan period and phase it down in the 15th five-year plan period. China will host COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity and support COP26 of the UNFCCC in achieving positive outcomes. China will promote joint efforts to build a green Belt and Road to benefit the people of all countries. I am confident that as long as we unite in our purposes and efforts, we will rise above the global climate and environment challenges and leave a clean and beautiful world to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now call upon the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi.
Your Excellency, President Biden, colleagues, my fellow citizens of this planet, Namaskar. I would like to thank President Biden for taking this initiative. Humanity is battling a global pandemic right now. And this event is a timely reminder that the grave threat of climate change had not disappeared. In fact, climate change is a lived reality for millions around the world. Their lives and livelihoods are already facing its adverse consequences. Friends, for humanity to combat climate change, concrete action is needed. We need such action at a high speed, on a large scale, and with a global scope. We in India are doing our part. Our ambitious renewable energy target of 450 gigawatts by 2030 shows our commitment. Despite our development challenges, we have taken many bold steps on clean energy, energy efficiency, afforestation, and biodiversity. That is why we are among the few countries whose NDCs are 2 degrees Celsius compatible. We have also encouraged global initiatives like International Solar Alliance, Lead IT, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Friends, as a climate responsible developing country, India welcomes partners to create templates of sustainable development in India. This can also help other developing countries who need affordable access to green finance and clean technologies. That is why President Biden and I are launching the India-US Climate and Clean Energy Agenda 2030 partnership. Together, we will help mobilize investments, demonstrate clean technology, and enable green collaborations. Friends, today, as we discuss global climate action, I want to leave one thought with you. India's per capita carbon footprint is 60% lower than the global average. It is because of our lifestyle is still rooted in sustainable traditional practices. So today, I want to emphasize the importance of lifestyle change in climate action. Sustainable lifestyles and guiding philosophy of back to basic must be an important pillar of our economic strategy for the post-COVID era. Friends, I recall the words of the great Indian monk, Swami Vivekananda. He called on us to arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. Let us make this decade of action against climate change. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And now, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Tony, and Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends. I'd like to begin by thanking President Biden very much for bringing us all together in the way that he has, and for setting out the problem in the eloquent way that he did at the beginning, and of course for returning the United States to the front rank of the fight against climate change. And I'm really thrilled by the game-changing announcement that Joe Biden has just made. And I'm very proud that the UK is doing the same. We were the first country to pass legislation for net zero. We have the biggest offshore wind capacity still, I think, of any country in the world, the Saudi Arabia of wind, as I never tire of saying. We're halfway to net zero. We have carbon emissions lower than at any point since the 19th century. We're ending support for fossil fuels overseas and doubling our international climate finance. And we're actually speeding up because we see the obligation, as colleagues have just pointed out, for developed countries to do more. We're legislating to deliver 78% of the reductions needed to reach that goal by 2035. And as host of COP26, We want to see similar ambitions around the world. And we're working with everybody, from the smallest nations to the biggest emitters, to secure commitments that will keep change to within 1.5 degrees. And I think we can do it. And to do it, we need the scientists and all of our countries to work together to produce the technological solutions that humanity is going to need, whether it's carbon capture and storage, or solving the problems of cheap hydrogen delivery, or getting to jet zero flying, getting to net zero flying, making sure that we can really roll out EVs properly, making sure that our homes stop emitting such prodigious quantities of CO2, moving to sustainable domestic living. We can do this together across the world. And it's going to mean the richest nations coming together and exceeding the $100 billion commitment that they already made in 2009. I stress how important that is. Plus, and I think what President Xi had to say about the harmony with nature was absolutely vital. If we're going to tackle climate change sustainably, we have to deal with the disaster of habitat loss and species loss across our planet. And we want to see more examples of governments and private industry working hand in hand, as with the newly launched LEAF Coalition to reduce deforestation and the multi-trillion-dollar Glasgow Financial Alliance for net zero. And to do these things, we've got to be constantly original and optimistic about new technology and new solutions, whether that's super resistant crops that are super resistant to drought, or more accurate weather forecasts like those we hope to see from the UK's new Met Office, £1.2 billion supercomputer that we're investing in. I'm not saying any of this is going to be easy, and there is obviously going to be a political challenge. And I think it's very important to go back to the original words of President Biden, because it's vital for all of us to show that this is not all about some expensive, politically correct green act of bunny hugging. Or however you want to put it. I'm not even with bunny hugging, but you know what I'm driving at, friends and colleagues. This is about growth and jobs. And I think the president was absolutely right to stress that. And I want to leave you with the thought that we can build back better from this pandemic by building back greener. And don't forget that the UK has been able to cut our own CO2 emissions by about 42% on 1990 levels, and we've seen our economy grow by 73%. You can do both at once. Cake, have, eat is my message to you. So let's work together on this. Let's go to Kunming in October and then Glasgow in November, armed with ambitious targets and the plans required to meet them. And let's use this extraordinary moment and the incredible technology that we're working on to make this decade the moment of decisive change in the fight against climate change. And let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And now the Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Yoshihide Suga. Mr. Prime Minister.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Joe, I am pleased to meet with you again. I would like to reiterate my deepest gratitude for your hospitality at the White House just a week ago. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend your leadership for holding this important summit. Extreme weather events such as torrential rains, forest fires, and heavy snowfalls are witnessed worldwide in recent years, and climate change is said to be a major cause of such events. Responding to climate change and progressing decarbonization is hence an imminent challenge which the whole of humankind should aim to solve. At the same time, our response to climate change is no longer a constraint on our economy. Rather, it will be the driving force of the long-term dynamic growth of not only Japan, but also the whole world. With this vision in mind, in the fall of last year, I immediately after assuming my office as Prime Minister, I declared that Japan will aim for net zero by 2050. We will take a big step toward the resolution of this global issue. Japan aims to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 46% in the fiscal year 2030 compared to the fiscal year 2013 as an ambitious target which is aligned with the long-term goal of net zero by 2050. Furthermore, Japan will continue strenuous efforts in its challenge to meet the lofty goal of cutting its emission by 50%. Such a goal of 46% in reductions would mean that Japan will raise our current target by more than 70%, and it will certainly not be an easy task. However, by defining a top-level ambitious target appropriate for the next growth strategy of the nation which underpins global manufacturing, Japan is ready to demonstrate its leadership for worldwide decarbonization. From now on, we will accelerate our deliberations for establishing concrete measures toward achieving the target. Japan, in order to create a virtuous cycle of the economy and the environment and to grow strongly towards our ambitious goal for 2030, will work to maximize the utilization of decarbonized power sources such as renewable energy and take incentive measures sufficient for inducing investment by companies. The national and subnational governments of Japan will work together to aim for achieving decarbonization in more than 100 subnational regions across the country by 2030. Japan will also work for the realization of innovation that will enhance production and secure sustainability in food, agriculture, and forestry sectors. Furthermore, Japan will advance the transition to a circular economy, thereby creating new industries and employment. Japan will continue its unceasing efforts toward 2030 and 2050.
Global decarbonization is what cannot be achieved by the efforts of one country alone. It is a challenge that requires the whole international community to be united as one. We can create global waves for climate change measures with ambitious targets presented and implemented by countries attending the summit today who are responsible for around 80% of global emissions, thereby overwhelming the whole world with our waves. Joe, on the occasion of my recent visit to the United States last week, I had the pleasure to confirm with you our commitment to lead the world decarbonization, global decarbonization efforts. In more concrete terms, Joe and I launched Japan-U.S. Climate Partnership on Ambition, Decarbonization, and Clean Energy. Based on this partnership, Japan and the United States will work to promote worldwide decarbonization and continue cooperation in each area of the implementation of the Paris Agreement, clean energy technologies and innovation, and accelerating transition of developing countries, including Indo-Pacific countries, to a decarbonized society. In parallel to such bilateral efforts, Japan has provided public and private climate finance amounting to approximately 1.3 trillion Japanese yen, which is equivalent to approximately $11.8 billion. We announced that we will make contributions of up to $3 billion to the Green Climate Fund. We will support the global transition to decarbonization by maximizing the use of Japan's leading technologies in areas such as energy efficiency, hydrogen, and CCS, carbon capture and storage. In the area of adaptation, Japan will promote international cooperation to address the impacts hitting vulnerable states in the world. No other time than now does international society require further solidarity for the realization of a decarbonized society. Japan, as a nation that puts utmost importance on multilateral approaches,
is determined to take the lead in solving the challenge of climate change for the whole of humankind by cooperating with each country and international organizations for the coming months leading up to COP26 and beyond. Thank you for your attention.
Pleasure to call upon the Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. I want to begin by thanking President Biden for hosting this summit. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership on addressing the climate crisis and on other shared priorities, from the fight against COVID-19 to building a strong middle class. I'm encouraged to see so many countries coming together today to fight climate change. It's the only way to overcome the challenges people face in every part of our world. That's why it's also vital that we all work together to strengthen respect for international law, reaffirm our collective commitment to human rights, and stand up for people who face persecution abroad. Our collective success depends on finding a better path, not only to a more sustainable future, but to shared peace and prosperity for everyone. Notre priorité continue d'être notre lutte.
Our priority continues to be combating COVID-19. We rely on science to save lives and develop vaccines, but we must also listen to climate science, which tells us that we are facing an existential threat.
Against a polluted planet. When Canadians elected us 5 years ago, our emissions were projected to keep rising through 2030. But with hard work and a solid plan, Canada is now on track to blow past our old target of 30% reduction below 2005 levels. Last December, we strengthened our climate plan to reduce more emissions, including with a world-leading price on pollution. This week, we made additional investments in the budget, and today, Canada is in a position to raise our climate ambition once again. Our new climate target for 2030 is to reduce our 2005 emission levels by 40 to 45%. And we will continually strengthen our plan and take even more actions on our journey to net zero by 2050. Seules les politiques climatiques sérieuses donnent des résultats.
Only bold climate policies lead to bold results. For example, you can no longer pollute in Canada for free. In 2030, our carbon price will reach $170 per ton.
Climate ambition and economic ambition go together. That's why we're investing in public transit, clean energy, retrofitting homes, and decarbonizing industry like steel, cement, and aluminum to secure our clean industrial advantage. We're also banning harmful single-use plastics, protecting 30% of our oceans and land, and planting 2 billion trees. And we will make it law to respect our new 2030 target and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. That's our local story. And it could be part of a global success story too. In Canada, we've worked hard to get to over 80% emissions-free electricity, and we're not going to stop until we get to 100%. If major economies in the room were to follow Canada's lead and adopt a rising price on pollution and commit to phase out coal plants, we would accelerate our global path for a safe, prosperous net zero future. Le Canada est un pays qui produit et exporte de l'énergie.
Canada is a country that produces and exports energy. And so I understand that this will not be easy. We are all facing different realities, but if all governments and Indigenous peoples and different sectors can all come together and work together, then we should be able to find solutions and create real change. And that is why we're here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. I now call upon the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. Madam Prime Minister.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable President Joe Biden, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I thank President Biden for convening the summit and inviting me to speak to this August gathering. Bangladesh deeply appreciates the United States' return to the Paris Climate Agreement and is keen to engage with the international community. Excellencies, despite being a climate vulnerable country with resource constraints, Bangladesh has emerged as a global leader on adaptation and mitigation. Every year, we are spending on an average $5 billion US dollars, about 2.5% of our GDP, on climate adaptation and resilience building measures. The 1.1 million forcefully displaced Rohingyas from Myanmar, whom we have sheltered, worsened our vulnerability. Bangladesh is pursuing a low-carbon development path to raise our national determined contribution, NDC, and adaptation ambition. We have included new sectors in addition to the existing energy, industry, and transport sectors in the mitigation process. We are planning to submit a quantified, ambitious NDC by June 2021. Excellencies, Bangladesh is observing Mujib Year, marking the birth centenary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. We are planting 30 million saplings nationwide and adopted Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan to achieve low-carbon economic growth. As the chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum and B20, Bangladesh's key focus is to uphold the interest of the climate vulnerable countries. We are hosting the South Asian Regional Office of the Global Center on Adaptation, which is promoting locally led adaptation solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us that global crises can only be addressed through a strong collective response. As such, as a responsible member state of the COP and as the chair of CBA, I would like to make few suggestions. Number one, immediate and ambitious action plan by developed countries to reduce their carbon emissions to keep the global temperature rise at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The developing nations should also focus on mitigation measures. Number two, ensuring the annual target of 100 billion US dollars, which should be balanced 50-50 between adaptation and mitigation with special attention to the vulnerable countries while pursuing loss and damage. Number three, major economies, international financial institutions, and private sectors should come forward for concessional climate financing as well as innovation. And number four, focus is needed on green economy and carbon neutral technologies with provision to technology transfer among nations. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister. It's now a pleasure to call upon the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Her Excellency Angela Merkel. Madam Chancellor.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, lieber Joe Biden.
Mr. President, dear Joe Biden, dear colleagues, I'm delighted to see that the United States is back to work together with us in climate politics, because there can be no doubt about the world needing your
contribution if we really want to fulfill our ambitious goals. And the national contribution of the United States for 2030 is a clear illustration of your ambitions. That is a very clear and important message to the international community. Thank you for this, and thank you for organizing this summit. This is a Herculean task because this is nothing short of a complete transformation, a complete change of the way we do business, the way we work. And Germany, as you know, has already reduced its emissions by 40 compared to 2019 and the 1990, and the European Union will be climate neutral by 2050, and we want to at least have 55% less emissions by 2030 compared to 1990. At the beginning of this week, the EU adopted an agreement that sets this target as a binding one into law, and we as Germany will obviously give our contribution. We have actually described a policy that sets out a pathway towards climate neutrality. We think that CO2 pricing is the right way forward. That is why we have introduced a national emissions trading for transport and heating, thus so far for sectors that have not been covered by EU emissions trading. Coal has been for us a very important resource, but by the latest, and I heard Antonio Guterres on that, by the very latest, by 2038, we will phase out coal electrification and we will invest further into renewables. Already last year, we have produced electricity 46% of our electricity from renewables, and we want to increase that. The necessary economic recovery after the pandemic is something that we also want to use for innovation, for technology. So we invest in renewables instead of in coal. And we also see to it that the loss of biodiversity all over the world is stopped. We think that we need to place 30% of the global land and marine surface under protection. We need primarily solidarity with the developing countries. As industrialized countries, we have committed ourselves to mobilize by 2020 an annual amount of $100 billion, and this is to be followed up by an extension until at the very least 2025. Germany has doubled its financing by 2020 to 4 billion euros per year, and we're going to continue to contribute our fair share to this. With all of these measures, we, I think, underline very clearly that we are interested in the success of COP26 in Glasgow this year, and obviously also COP15 in Kunming, where we're talking about preserving biodiversity. And in line with its tradition, Germany is going to host, together with the United Kingdom, the 12th Petersburg Climate Dialogue this year, and we're going to prepare Glasgow. Thus, we are an active member, and we're very much looking forward to cooperating with all of you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Merkel. It's now a pleasure to call upon the President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron. Monsieur le Président.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement.
Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Président des États-Unis, cher Joe Biden, merci avant toute chose de nous avoir réunis aujourd'hui. Je veux saluer l'annonce de la contribution américaine. C'est un choix historique sur le chemin qui nous mène vers Glasgow. Je veux saisir cette occasion pour saluer aussi votre décision de rejoindre l'amendement de Kigali pour la réduction des gaz HFC. Il y a quelques jours, avec Madame la chancelière Merkel, nous nous sommes entretenus avec le président Xi Jinping, qui s'est engagé aussi en ce sens. Il conviendra aussi que tous ensemble, nous engagions le combat pour réduire les émissions de méthane. Nous avançons. Un seul objectif dans les prochaines semaines et les prochains mois,
I now turn the floor to the President of the Russian Federation, His Excellency Vladimir Putin.
Précis, mesurable, vérifiable. Au fond, 2030 est le nouveau 2050. C'est ce plan que l'Union européenne a mis sur la table en décembre, traduite dans une loi climat européenne, avec le Green Deal pour lui donner corps. À nous donc maintenant de...
The floor is now to the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin. Mr. President. They may be getting Macron because that was a tape of Macron.
Mr. President, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, our discussion today demonstrates how deeply we all share the concern with regard to global climate change, and how much we're all interested in redoubling the international effort to address this issue. Whether this effort proves successful will largely determine the future of our planet, the development prospects of each country, as well as the well-being and quality of life of our citizens. We believe there is a solid legal framework for international collaboration in controlling and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, namely the universal agreements reached under the UN auspices. I'd like to stress that Russia treats its international commitments with the utmost responsibility in this sphere, and I refer in particular to the implementation of the UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. We take active effort in Russia to build modern legislation that allows both controlling carbon emissions and creating incentives for their reduction. Yesterday, I presented my annual address to the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, and among our social and economic priorities, I listed the task of significantly reducing the net accumulated emissions in our country by 2050. I'm confident that despite Russia's size, its geography, climate, and economic structure, this task is achievable. We shouldn't forget, as colleagues have already pointed out throughout this summit, recollecting the 90s, as compared to the 1990 level, Russia has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions to a greater extent than many other countries. Our emissions have halved, dropping from 3.1 billion tons to 1.6 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. This has become possible because of a fundamental restructuring of our industry and energy that has been underway for the last 2 decades. As a result, as of now, 45% of our energy mix is accounted for by low-emission energy sources, including nuclear generation. And, as is well known, the greenhouse gas emissions from nuclear power plants stand at almost zero throughout all of the life cycle of nuclear power plants. We intend to further improve our capacities for using associated petroleum gas and carry out a large-scale campaign for environmental modernization and greater energy efficiency across all economic sectors to ensure carbon capture, storage, and use from all sources. We're also building an infrastructure for producing hydrogen to be used both as a fuel and an energy source. I'd like to take note in that regard that Russia has launched a pilot project in Sakhalin region for creating a carbon pricing system and a mechanism for carbon trading. This project will allow this Russian region to become carbon neutral as soon as by 2025. It is no secret that the conditions that facilitated global warming and associated problems go way back. But what kind of comprehensive solutions to these issues can we see today? First, carbon dioxide can stay in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. So it's not enough to tackle the issue of new emissions. It is also important to take up the task of absorbing the CO2 that has accumulated in the atmosphere. Let me say that without exaggeration, Russia makes a gigantic contribution to absorbing global emissions, both ours and from elsewhere, owing to the great absorption capacities of our ecosystems that are estimated at around 2.5 billion tons of CO2 equivalent per annum. Second, we need to take into account each and every factor contributing to global warming. To cite an example, methane accounts for 20% of all anthropogenic emissions, and the greenhouse effect of a single ton of methane is 25 to 28 times stronger than that of a ton of CO2. So supposing we can halve methane emissions in the next 3 decades, experts project global temperatures to decrease by 2050 by 0.18 degrees centigrade, which incidentally makes up to 45% of the difference between the current temperatures and the objectives under the Paris Agreement. In this regard, it would be imperative to foster a broad and efficient international cooperation in calculating and monitoring all harmful emissions into the atmosphere. We invite all those interested countries to join collaborative scientific research, to jointly invest in climate projects that can make a difference in real life, and to actively pursue new low-carbon technologies for mitigation and adaptation. Third, I'm convinced that the fight for preserving our climate should certainly unite the efforts of the international community as a whole. Russia is willing to propose a whole range of joint projects and to consider potential benefits even for foreign companies that would like to invest in clean technologies, including in our countries. And lastly, global development should not only be green, it should also be sustainable in every sense of the word. And this applies to all countries without exception. Accordingly, this development should go hand in hand with progress on such important tracks as fighting poverty and bridging development gaps between countries. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that Russia is genuinely interested in galvanizing international cooperation so as to look further for effective solutions to climate change, as well as to all other vital global challenges. Essentially, it's the end goal of our today's video summit too. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We had some technical difficulties, so we want to return the floor to the President of France, Emmanuel Macron.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Président des États-Unis, cher Joe Biden, merci avant toute chose de nous avoir réunis aujourd'hui. Je veux saluer l'annonce de la contribution américaine. C'est un choix historique sur le chemin qui nous mène vers Glasgow. Je veux saisir cette occasion pour saluer aussi votre décision de rejoindre l'amendement de Kigali pour la réduction des gaz HFC. Il y a quelques jours, avec Madame la chancelière Merkel, nous nous sommes entretenus avec le président Xi Jinping qui s'est engagé aussi en ce sens. Il conviendra aussi que tous ensemble, nous engagions le combat pour réduire les émissions de méthane.
So methane emissions, we are making progress. There is only one goal for the coming weeks and months: to move more quickly. We need to move more quickly to implement the commitments for 2030. A plan of action that is clear, measurable, and verifiable. Basically, 2030 is the new 2050. It is this plan that the European Union put forward in December with its European Green Deal. It is therefore up to us to use all the levers available to us: innovation, transformation, regulation. Let's move more quickly on our cooperation on innovation and disruptive technologies, which will enable us to rise to the challenge and drive down our costs, just as you have done in the areas of solar energy or batteries. This will be at the core of the European action, especially in the months ahead. A second lever, we need to completely transform our financial system. We have started to do this with the Network for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS, which the Fed has just joined, which is something I welcome. With the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFS, we have also taken, all of us together in these last several years, an extensive and transformative initiative. The One Planet Initiative has brought together sovereign funds, asset managers, and private equity so that everyone can use the same methodology. These initiatives have become models for the future and are changing global finance. France will shoulder all of its responsibilities in the coming months in order to go even further on the issue of this finance for climate. Taking action for the climate means regulating and regulating at an international level. If we don't set a price for carbon, there will be no transition. Therefore, we need to factor the environment in the costs of investment, in our regional investment, in our regional markets, and in our trade relations. There can be no credible and sustainable environmental action if there's no social and climate justice. To succeed collectively, we need to move much more quickly to improve climate justice. That is the meaning behind the action we have taken with India and the International Solar Alliance. That is also why we are holding the Summit on the Financing of African Economies in Paris on May 18. It is now up to us to establish a stronger mandate for our public banks in order to achieve net zero carbon emissions.
Le combat est le même, c'est un combat pour la planète.
Is the same. The Green Wall Accelerator shows that Africa can contribute to tackling the causes and effects of climate change, while boosting food security and job opportunities for its young people. All of these agendas are connected. It is up to us to take action. Thank you again, Joe. It is up to us to take action for our generations and the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Macron. We turn now to the President of the Republic of Korea. Mr. President, President Moon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. His Excellency President Biden, Your Excellencies. This evening on Earth Day, the Korean people turned their lights off for 10 minutes and heeded the whispers of the earth. I hope that the warm support of Koreans will reach out to all the countries that are in the fight against climate change together. As we embark on the implementation of the Paris Agreement this year, President Biden has exerted global leadership by rejoining the Paris Agreement and hosting this Leaders' Summit on Climate. I express my deepest respect to the President and his administration for all their hard work. Your Excellencies, the people of Korea, amidst the challenges posed by COVID-19 last year, set the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050 and are now working to put together detailed scenarios. Today, on behalf of the Korean people, I am deeply pleased to make two pledges for achieving carbon neutrality. First, the Republic of Korea will further raise our nationally determined contribution for 2030 and submit it to the United Nations within this year. Last year, we replaced our previous reduction target based on BAU with an absolute target of cutting 24.4% from 2017 emissions level, making it our first upward adjustment. Now, in a strong aspiration to reach net zero emissions by 2050, we hope to enhance our NDC once again. Korea reached peak greenhouse gas emissions in 2018. And in the ensuing two-year period from 2019 to 2020, reduced more than 10% of emissions from 2018 level. Second, Korea will end all public financing for new overseas coal-fired power plants. Since the launch of my government, Korea has stopped issuing permits for building new domestic coal power plants, shut down 10 aged units earlier than scheduled, and as a result, drastically reduced its reliance on coal for power generation. Instead, we're swiftly ramping up the production of renewable energy, such as solar and wind power. To become carbon neutral, it is imperative for the world to scale down coal-fired power plants. Yet, developing countries that will struggle due to their heavy dependence on coal should be given due consideration and access to proper support. On the domestic front as well, we need countermeasures for addressing the negative impacts to related industries, businesses, and jobs, among others. With a view to promoting investment in renewable energy facilities, both in and outside Korea, we will actively seek to scale up green finance. In coming May, the second P4G summit will be held in Seoul. Member countries, civil society, industries, as well as other diverse partners will come together to accelerate the vision of carbon neutrality for humanity. As a host, Korea will exert every effort to prepare for the summit that inspires an actionable vision and stronger cooperation. I ask for your keen interest and participation so that the second P4G summit becomes a stepping stone to a successful COP26 this coming November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We turn the floor now to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency President Biden, for hosting this summit. The impact of climate change stands directly before us. COVID-19 and the global recession further complicate these challenges. In this regard, allow me to share 3 reflections. First, Indonesia is serious in tackling climate change and calls upon the world to take concrete actions, to lead by example. As the largest archipelagic country and home to tropical forests, addressing climate change is Indonesia's national interest. Through policies, empowerment, and law enforcement, the rate of deforestation in Indonesia is at its lowest in the last 20 years. The moratorium on natural forest and peatland conversion has covered 66 million hectares, larger than the size of the UK and Norway combined. Forest fires have fallen by 82% at a time when some regions in the Americas, Australia, and Europe experienced the largest increase. Second, we must advance green development for a better world. Indonesia has updated its NDC to enhance the capacity of climate adaptation and resilience. We welcome the upcoming UNFCCC COP26 in the UK and look forward to an implementable and balanced outcome. We welcome several countries' target to achieve net zero emission by 2050. However, to ensure its credibility, such commitment should be implemented based on the 2030 NDC commitments. Developing countries will implement similar ambitions. If developed countries' commitments are credible, accompanied by concrete support, the fulfillment of commitments and support by developed countries are indeed a necessity. Third, to achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement and other shared agenda, global partnership must be strengthened, must build understanding and strategies to reach net zero emissions and towards UNFCCC COP26 Glasgow. Indonesia is accelerating its pilot projects for net zero emission, including in the construction of Indonesia Green Industrial Park, covering an area of 12,500 hectares in North Kalimantan, which will become the largest in the world. We are rehabilitating 620,000 hectares of mangroves by 2024, the largest in the world, with 4 times carbon absorption compared to tropical forests. Indonesia is open to investments and transfers of technology, including for energy transitions. There is also great opportunities in the development of biofuels, lithium battery industry, and electric vehicles. Indonesia's G20 presidency in 2022 will prioritize enhancing cooperation in climate change and sustainable development. Indonesia will continue to support the efforts of our friends in the Pacific. We should continuously advance concrete global partnership instead of attributing blame. Worse so is applying trade barriers under the guise of environmental issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The floor is now to the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Joe Biden, and Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start off by thanking President Biden for convening this Leaders' Summit on climate. We are all so delighted to have the United States back, working with all of us to tackle the global challenge of climate change. Climate change is the most pressing issue of our time. It is a global phenomenon from which developing economies are particularly vulnerable, especially on our African continent. Without effective adaptation, climate change has the potential to reverse the developmental gains in many of the countries on the continent and push millions of people further into poverty and unemployment. In doing so, we have to adhere to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Poor countries have historically contributed least to global emissions. Developing countries often suffer the most from the devastating effects of climate change, particularly in the form of drought, extreme storms, and rising sea levels, as well as floods. Consequently, developed economies, we hold the view, have a responsibility to support developing economies to enable them to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Significant progress can be made when we all honor our mutual commitments. We therefore need to emphasize the primacy of multilateralism in ensuring the full implementation of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. South Africa is fully committed to enhancing its ambition and accelerating its climate actions. Last year, we finalized our National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy, which coordinates all actions at government level and at national level. We have also adopted a low emissions development strategy in pursuit of a just transition to a low carbon, sustainable and climate resilient developmental pathway. We are currently in the process of updating South Africa's nationally determined contribution. Our new NCD target ranges have been released for public consultation. The new target ranges we are proposing are much more ambitious in 2 respects. Firstly, The top of the 2030 range has been reduced by 28%, or 174 million metric tons, which is a very significant reduction. Second, according to our previous nationally determined contribution, South Africa's emissions would peak and plateau in 2025 and decline only from 2035. South Africa's emissions will begin to decline from 2025, effectively shifting our emissions decline 10 years earlier. With regard to our energy source, we plan to build capacity to generate over 17 gigabytes of renewable energy by 2030. We remain committed to contributing our fair share to reduce global emissions and to do so in the context of overcoming poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. The move towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient society cannot happen overnight. We need to work together to create a climate-resilient society, and amongst other things, we should firstly ensure that as we transit to a more climate-resilient future, it must be based on a just transition that ensures that those who are most vulnerable in society do not get left behind. Secondly, it is critical that all three of the goals of the Paris Agreement, this mitigation, adaptation, and finance, should be advanced with equal determination and ambition. Thirdly, we must scale up support in the form of financing, technology, and capacity building. It will not be possible for developing economy countries, including those in Africa, to enhance ambition on either adaptation or mitigation. Fourthly, it is important that aid on climate change should be provided separately and should not be part of conventional development assistance. When it is given in the form of loan financing, the debt burden of developing countries is worsened. We call on developed economies, which historically bear the greatest responsibility for emissions, to meet their responsibilities to developing economies. This will be vital to restoring the bonds of trust between developed and developing economies. As we have done since the time of our revered leader Nelson Mandela, South Africa stands ready to work with other nations to build bridges to find solutions that secure humanity's future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The floor is now to the President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic, Prime Minister Mario Draghi. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking President Biden for his leadership in taking this initiative. As Chancellor Merkel just said, it's a complete change. Now we are confident that together we'll win this challenge. President Biden, dear colleagues, as we fight the pandemic in our countries, we cannot lose sight of the other crises we face. Tackling climate change. In the Paris Agreement, we pledged to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. But the actions we've taken since have proven insufficient. Under current policies, we are set to achieve 3 degrees of global warming. We need to reverse course and do it soon. The fiscal plans we are designing to help our countries recover from the COVID-19 offer a unique opportunity. We can transform our economies and pursue a greener and more inclusive growth model. In Europe, we launched a 750 billion euro joint plan, what we call the Next Generation EU. One of its objectives is to support the environmental transition in Europe and make the EU carbon neutral by 2050. Around 10% of it, roughly 70 billion euros, will go for investment in green infrastructures, circular economy, and sustainable mobility in Italy only. Italy is my own country, is a beautiful but a fragile country. The fight against climate change is a fight for our history, a fight for our landscapes. We need to frame our efforts towards sustainability within an effective and inclusive multilateral approach. Italy holds the presidency of the G20 this year, and the safeguard of our planet is the main objective of our program. G20 countries account for 75% of global emissions. We have a special responsibility in ensuring we deliver on the objectives of the Paris Agreement. The Italian presidency has proposed to hold a joint climate and energy ministerial meeting. A strong resolve by the G20 will also boost the chances for a successful COP26 conference in Glasgow. As the partner of the UK for COP26, Italy is committed to give its contribution by hosting the pre-COP26 in Milan, an event Youth for Climate. International climate finance plays also an important role in achieving these objectives. Italy has committed to use its shareholding in the multilateral development banks to set high targets for climate finance and to ensure their activities are aligned with the Paris Agreement. We look forward to hosting the second edition of the Financing Common Summit of all public development banks as part of the G20 presidency. We must also help the most vulnerable countries. Last December, Italy pledged 30 million euros to the United Nations Adaptation Fund. The climate commitments we make now will determine our chances of tackling climate change effectively in the next decade and beyond. We want to act now, not to regret it later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. We turn now to the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, His Excellency David Kabua.
Excellencies, Yahweh, and greetings from the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing us together. Our actions today have a direct bearing upon the future and security of my nation and for others in the Pacific and beyond. We are a low-lying atoll nation, barely a meter above sea level. For millennia, our people have navigated between our islands to build thriving communities and cultures. Today, we are navigating through the storm of climate change, determined to do our part to steer the world to safety. We know what a safe harbor looks like. The Marshall Islands, with HEOSIS, fought for years to create consensus around a 1.5 degree Celsius temperature goal. In 2015, we brought together the High Ambition Coalition to turn the 1.5 to stay alive, rallying cry into a call shared by all parties to the Paris Agreement. The role of the Act is even more important today to ensure that 1.5 remains in reach. Our key task this year is to ensure that updated national emissions commitments are in line with that goal. NDCs are where ambition moves from promise to plan. Given how far off track the world is today, it is vital that we come together every 5 years to increase ambition. All nations should also be charting long-term net zero strategies and implementation pathways before COP26. Too often, vulnerable countries hear the excuse that steep emission cuts are too costly, but political signals, especially from the major economies, shape decisions on investment and innovation for low-carbon pathways. Now is the moment for this signal to be unequivocal. The recovery from COVID-19 gives us a rare chance to invest in a safer and healthier world. Sector-wide transformation are possible. Together with the Solomon Islands, we are pushing for stronger emission action at the IMO through a carbon levy to fund research and help the most vulnerable. Leading from front lines, We were the first to strengthen our NDCs in 2018, and we have a 2050 net zero strategy paired with an electricity roadmap as our implementation pathway. We recently celebrated the success of the Micronesia Challenge, and we'll be joining the local 2030 Islands Network. But all our actions will not be enough if big emitters fail to act. We feel the effects of climate change now, and so we are also leading the way on adaptation. We deliver our adaptation communications in 2020 and are developing our national adaptation plan. Adequate and accessible financing is key, and so I support the call for 50% of climate financing to go towards adaptation. I'll conclude by asking my fellow leaders, how will you move from plans to implementation to align with a 1.5-degree future and help others do the same? Your answer will define the future for your children and grandchildren and for mine. Kumol Dada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. President Biden, we know you have to step away for a few moments. We look forward to having you back here shortly, but any words before you depart?
Well, I apologize for having to leave for a few minutes. I'll be back shortly, but it's an encouraging start. There's a lot to do. I get this feeling that we are really beginning to make some real progress, so I'm looking forward to hearing more.
Thanks, Mr. President. The floor is now to the President of the Argentine Republic, His Excellency Alberto Fernandez. Mr. President.
Muy buenos días desde Buenos Aires, Argentina. Buenos días a todos y a todas.
And from Buenos Aires, Argentina, good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for the invitation given to me by President Biden. Today is the Earth Day, and we have to work together. I am so happy that the U.S. is reinvesting again. Argentina considers the climate change as a key issue, as 50 years ago, General Perón said, we have to be aware of the suicidal path that we are working because of the contamination. It's now or never. In Argentina, we part of the Paris Agreement, and we included in our national cabinet climate change as one of our ministers so that they can set up the mitigation plan that is going to be submitted to the COP26 in Glasgow. Therefore, what we are going to say is which our new commitments are. First, we're going to increase our contribution 27% vis-a-vis the 2016. There are two additional issues of what we submitted in 2016. This coincides with the objective of 1.5 centigrades and net zero emission. We are committed to develop 30% of our energy network with renewables, and we have a plan, very efficient for the industry, transportation, construction. We will promote the adoption of cutting-edge technologies to reduce methane emissions and contaminants. We will also have a plan to export hydrogen. We will adopt very deep measures to eradicate illegal deforestation, and it will classified as a crime. We will have a new bill to protect native forests, and we will also promote the rapid law of education regarding environmental issues. We have to work together, and therefore we have to remember what our Pope Francis says. The social and ecological crisis are two faces of the same issue, and they are linked. And as President Macron just said, we need to renew the financial architecture. The agenda is very clear. We have to have soft loans with bilateral and multilateral banks. We have to pay for services and swap of debt for environmental actions. We cannot discriminate those countries that are the medium-sized countries, and we have to make sure that the qualified and the agents that qualify our countries have to be aware of what our realities are and what are the issues that make our countries go into debt, in this case due to the COVID, and we have to have better terms of payment. Therefore, I hope that out of this summit we have a new path. This is a time to dream. I talk to all my colleagues in Latin America and Caribbean. We have to coordinate regional measures, social measures. The new generations are looking at us. We cannot doubt anymore. Nobody can work by himself or herself. We have to work together. We have to have social justice, financial justice, and environmental justice. Thank you very much.
The floor to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Dear President Biden, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a little over 5 years ago, the world came together to sign the Paris Agreement. Today, we have to strengthen that global unity around ambitious new goals, because this will be the make or break decade for our climate. And therefore, I want to thank President Biden for convening this meeting on Earth Day. The Paris Agreement is humanity's life insurance. And at the COP26 in Glasgow, we must show that we all have understood this and that we are ready for more climate action, because we are getting dangerously close to 1.5 degrees of global warming. Science tells us it's not too late yet, but we must hurry up. And that is what Europe is doing. 11 days after taking office, my Commission launched the European Green Deal for transforming our economy. And yesterday, we agreed Europe's first ever climate law with the European Parliament and our 27 governments, as Angela Merkel mentioned. With this, we write into stone the goal to set out by the European Green Deal to make Europe climate neutral by 2050. And we have also agreed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. In June, my Commission will table proposals to make Europe fit for 55. We will make emission trading work, not only for energy generation and industry, but also for transport and for buildings. Carbon must have its price, because nature cannot pay the price any longer. But Fit for 55 is not just about emissions. We will safeguard our nature and enhance biodiversity, going for nature-based solutions wherever possible. And we will ensure that all this is done in a just and inclusive way. Because for our ambition to succeed, we must leave nobody behind. Climate action is also a massive opportunity for our economies. It creates new markets, it mobilizes investment in new and transforming industries, and it unleashes innovation for a healthier and more prosperous future. And this is why 30% of Europe's recovery plan, Next Generation EU, Mario Draghi mentioned it, altogether 1.8 trillion euro, is earmarked for climate-related goals. The fight against climate change will be the engine for our global recovery. And it will be our compass for cooperation with all of you in many areas, in research, innovation, and breakthrough technologies through forums like Mission Innovation, or in helping vulnerable countries to become resilient to climate change. Europe wants to be the first climate-neutral continent in the world, but to save the climate, we need the world. We We need all major economies to take their responsibility and to turn the transition into an opportunity for all. Let's set together a new global benchmark for climate neutrality. Let us work together on a shared commitment and joint action for reducing emissions by 2030. This puts us on a pathway to net zero emissions by 2050, and that is what our planet needs. Thank you again, President Biden, for this meeting. It is so good to have the US back on our side in the fight against climate change. Together we can go faster and get further, and together we will win the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I now turn the floor to His Majesty King Salman, custodian of the two holy mosques and king of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Majesty.
Your Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, dear participants, in the beginning we would like to thank President Biden for holding this summit to combat climate change, which threatens life on our planet. These challenges recognize no national borders. The objective is sustainable development, and in order to achieve this, there must be a comprehensive methodology that takes into account the different developmental circumstances that exist around the world. In accordance with the Saudi Vision 2030, we have launched packages of strategies and regulations such as the National Environmental Strategy with the aim of producing 50% of the kingdom's energy need by 2030 using clean, renewable sources. Enhancing the level of international cooperation is the optimal solution to meeting the challenges of climate change. During our G20 presidency last year, we advocated the need to adopt the notion of a circular carbon economy, launching 2 international initiatives to curb land degradation and to protect coral reefs. More recently, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince announced 2 new initiatives, the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, which aim at reducing carbon emissions in the region by more than 10% of global contributions. These initiatives also aim at planting 50 billion trees in the region, in addition to a number of unique initiatives. These 2 initiatives have been endorsed by the international community. We will work with our partners to achieve their goals by hosting this year the Green Saudi Initiative Forum and the Middle East Green Initiative Summit. Finally, we would like to affirm our keenness on and commitment to cooperation to combat climate change in order to create a better environment for future generations, wishing success for our efforts to protect our planet, and may peace be with you.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty. The floor is now to the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, President Bolsonaro. Mr. President.
Heads of state, heads of government, ladies and gentlemen, President Joe Biden, I thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this summit, leaders. Historically, Brazil has been an active voice in efforts to build a global environmental agenda. Today, I renew our credentials, which are supported not only by our achievements so far, but also by the commitments that we stand ready to take on before future generations. As the home of the planet's greatest biodiversity and as an agri-environmental powerhouse, Brazil is at the very forefront of efforts to tackle global warming. As we get together to discuss climate change, we cannot possibly forget the major cause of the problem at hand, and that is the burning of fossil fuels in the course of the past 2 centuries. Brazil has accounted for less than 1% of the historic greenhouse gas emissions, even as one of the world's largest economies. Currently, Brazil accounts for less than 3% of annual global emissions. We have in place one of the cleanest energy mixes in the world, marked by renewed investments in solar, wind, hydro, and biomass-based energy. We are a pioneering company, a pioneering country in the dissemination of biofuels, renewable biofuels such as ethanol, which help clean up our urban centers. In the countryside, we have promoted a green revolution based on science and innovation. We produce more using less resources, which makes Brazilian agriculture one of the most sustainable practices on the planet. We are proud to conserve 84% of the Brazilian Amazonian biome and 12% of the Earth's drinking water resources. As a result, in the past 15 years alone, we have avoided the emission of more than 7.8 billion tons of carbon into the atmosphere. In the light of our common but differentiated responsibilities, we continue to collaborate towards global efforts against climate change. We are one of the few developing countries to adopt and to reaffirm a cross-cutting and comprehensive NDC, including absolute targets for reducing emissions, even already for 2025 by 37%, and a reduction of up to 40% by 2030. Mr. President, we could not agree more with your call for establishing ambitious commitments on the climate agenda. Accordingly, I have determined that our climate neutrality in Brazil be achieved by 2050, therefore bringing forward by 10 years the previously announced commitment levels. Among the measures that are required to that end, may I highlight here our commitment to eliminate illegal deforestation in Brazil by 2030, with full and prompt enforcement of the Brazilian Forest Code. With that, we will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 50% by that date. One must recognize that this will be a complex task. Command and control measures are part of the response. Despite our administration's budget constraints, I have nevertheless determined that the environmental bodies be further strengthened, thereby doubling funds allocated to inspection actions. But it is necessary to do more. We must face the challenge of improving the life of more than 23 million Brazilians who live in the Amazonian region, the country's richest nation as far as natural resources are concerned, but again, a region posting the worst human development indices. Overcoming the so-called Amazonian paradox or contradiction is a key and essential condition for sustainable development in that region. We must also enhance land governance and make the bioeconomy a reality by truly acknowledging the value of the standing forest and biodiversity. This must be an effort that will envisage and accommodate the interests of all Brazilians, to include indigenous peoples and traditional communities. In view of the magnitude of these obstacles, including financial obstacles, it is key that we be able to count on the contribution of companies, the business community, institutions, and people willing to act immediately, as well as in a real and constructive fashion towards the solution to these problems. This year, the international community will have a unique opportunity to collaborate towards efforts to build our common future. COP26 will have as one of its main missions the task of fully adopting the mechanisms envisaged under Articles 5 and 6 of the Paris Agreement. carbon markets are critical as a source of funds and investments to propel and boost our climate action, not only in forests, but also in other relevant sectors of the economy, such as industrial activity, power generation, and waste management. Likewise, there must be fair payment for environmental services provided by our biomes to the planet at large as a way to recognize the economic nature of environmental conservation activities. As I said before and stress now, we stand ready and remain open to international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have all affirmed back in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro during the Earth Summit, a conference chaired by Brazil, the right to development must be materialized in such a way as to equitably and sustainably respond to environmental and development needs of both current and future generations. It is with that spirit of collective responsibility and a shared future that I invite you all again today to support us in this mission. You can certainly count on Brazil. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much. We turn now to the Prime Minister of Bhutan, Prime Minister Tshering. The floor is yours.
Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Majesty the King, Her Majesty the Queen, and people of Bhutan. It is a privilege to be participating in this summit, and I thank His Excellency President Joe Biden for inviting Bhutan and allowing us our voice to be heard at this important gathering. I also commend President Biden for bringing the United States back to the Paris Agreement. I feel the leadership will be catalytic in bringing the major economic leaders together to achieve our climate goals and dream for a healthy planet. Excellencies, in Bhutan, all our developmental activities are guided by the philosophy of gross national happiness, which was conceived by our kings. GNH balances gross socio-economic development with that of environmental and cultural conservation. In line with the principles of GNH, our Constitution mandates us to maintain at least 60% of our total area under forest cover for all times to come. As of today, the actual forest cover is about 71%, with more than 50% of the land area protected as national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and biological corridors. Our main source of energy is renewable hydropower. That is why we are not just carbon neutral, but carbon negative. Our Constitution also requires us to maintain intergenerational equity when it comes to natural resources. These environmental credentials have originated from the Golden Throne and are legally binding. What more NDCs can we pledge? Yet, leaving no room for complacency, we are drafting our second NDC, which will be even more ambitious. This is a clear indication that though small and economically challenged, we have realized beyond doubt that sustainable development path is the right way in the long run. But even with our efforts, we remain highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We face increasing threats from extreme climate events such as flash floods, glacial lake outbursts, windstorms, forest fires, and landslides. I cannot understand this irony of contributing a lot to environment preservation, yet having to suffer so much. Despite our own challenges as chair of the LDC, we have tried our best. Last December, we hosted the Thimphu Ambition Summit to build global political momentum on climate ambition and action. Excellencies, the commitment made by Bhutan and other LDCs represent a small fraction of what is needed to reduce emissions by 2030. We urge all countries, particularly the major emitters, to set more ambitious targets well ahead of COP26. Climate finance is key to leverage climate actions and to implement the enhanced NDCs of the developing countries. Therefore, delivery of the $100 billion per year commitment is critical. At the same time, COP26 should begin deliberations on a new finance goal. This should be based on science and the needs of the developing countries. It must also be complemented with the transfer of green technologies, which are environmentally sustainable, disaster resilient, and contribute to green development. Excellencies, In raising our climate ambition, Bhutan is ready for climate action on the ground. We have mainstreamed climate action into all our developmental plans and are formulating enhanced NDCs and a long-term strategy to enhance that we remain carbon neutral for all times to come. But we need the global community to support our resolve. Governments, bilateral institutions, banks, private sectors, and the scientific community must come together before it is too late. We would now like to see major economies provide leadership for some real-time action on the ground. I thank you all and Tashidele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure now to call upon the Prime Minister of Australia, Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm not sure we're hearing you here. Yes, yes, yes.
Our annual projections updates quarterly carbon reporting. We are well on the way to meet and boost our Paris commitments, and we'll update our long-term emissions reduction strategy for Glasgow. Achieving our 2030 target will see emissions per capita fall by almost half of our emissions per unit by GDP by 70%. Already we have reduced our emissions by 19% on 2005 levels, I should say. More than most other similar economies. And by 36% when you exclude exports. We're deploying renewable energy 10 times faster than the global average per person. We have the highest uptake of rooftop solar in the world. Australia is on the pathway to net zero. Our goal is to get there as soon as we possibly can. Through technology that enables and transforms our industry. Not taxes that eliminate jobs and livelihoods they support and create, especially in our regions. For Australia, it is not a question of if, or even by when for net zero, but importantly how. That is why we're investing in priority new technology solutions through our technology investment roadmap initiative. We're investing around $20 billion to achieve ambitious goals that will bring the cost of clean hydrogen, green steel, energy storage, and carbon capture to commercial parity. We expect this to leverage more than $80 billion in investment in the decade ahead. In Australia, our ambition is to produce the cheapest hydrogen in the world at $2 per kilogram Australia. Mr. President, in the United States, you have the Silicon Valley. Here in Australia, we are creating our own hydrogen valley, where we will transform our transport industries, our mining and resource sectors, our manufacturing, our fuel and energy production. In Australia, our journey to net zero is being led by world-class pioneering Australian companies, like Fortescue, led by Dr. Andrew Forrest. BHP, Rio Tinto, AGL, and so many more of all sizes. It is also being pioneered by agricultural and marine sectors through soil science and sustainable fisheries. Marine protected areas in Australia are approaching 40% of our waters. We have already funded over 100 cutting-edge projects to safeguard our global treasure, the Great Barrier Reef, and are committing a further $100 million to protect our coastal ecosystems and pioneer blue carbon initiatives to mitigate climate change. We're also providing $1.5 billion in practical climate finance, focusing on our Blue Pacific family partners in our region. Mr. President, we want to work with others on the how through our new international technology program led by Australia's former chief scientist, Dr. Alan Finkel. My government is committed to playing its part in making COP26 a success in Glasgow. And you can always be sure that the commitments Australia makes to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are bankable. We have proven performance, transparent emissions accounting, and transformative technology targets to unlock pathways to net zero. Future generations, my colleagues and excellencies, will thank us not for what we have promised, but what we deliver. And on that score, Australia can always be relied upon. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure now to turn to the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Prime Minister Brown.
Thank you. Big heads, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I thank President Biden for convening this very important gathering to address the most significant threat facing one planet and our one humanity. We're grateful that the United States have pledged to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and we look forward to swift action in their transitioning into carbon neutral economies. We urge other emitting nations to follow this vital example set by the United States and China. Remind that the 44 members of the Alliance of Small Island States, through no fault of their own, confront the greatest threats of climate change. The 44 EOSIS members are the least contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, but the most affected by climate change. Collectively, they emit just 1.5% of the emissions of industrialized nations, and many of them have already begun to roll out ambitious programs to reduce their small carbon footprint, particularly in renewable energy. They made ambitious national commitments at COP21 in Paris, and they remain passionately committed to implementing them within their means. However, the harmful effects of climate change are growing, and the cost of mitigation and recovery is being counted in human lives and livelihoods. The economic situation of our countries was already grave before the COVID-19 pandemic. It is now dire, particularly for tourism-dependent nations. We are literally teetering on the edge of despair. Over the years, the debt of small states has risen to unsustainable levels because of repeated borrowings to rebuild and recover from continuous debilitation by natural disasters arising from climate change. Mechanisms introduced by the international financial institutions, the IFIs, for addressing the looming debt crisis are insufficient. For some small states, even these inadequate instruments are denied because of the false criterion of middle and high per capita income, which ignores the huge vulnerabilities that small states face. It is urgent that policymakers of the IFI instruct that more determining criteria of small size, resource constraints, and vulnerabilities be taken fully into account for concessional financing. Colleagues, repayment of official debt by small states, including to the Paris Club, is near impossible in the prevailing circumstances. A permanent solution to the looming debt crisis is compelling and necessary. This requires action to design new and innovative financial instruments and to provide debt relief, including debt cancellation, debt suspension, debt rescheduling, debt restructuring, and debt for climate swaps. Worsening climate conditions are uprooting workers from previously productive sectors and causing a crisis of immigration and refugees. This too must be reversed in the global interests. We should acknowledge the interconnectedness of our human civilization, and we need to respect and protect our common humanity. Small states are also economic markets, providing revenues and employment for larger and richer nations. Every major country benefits perennially from trade surpluses with small states. To continue to be viable markets, to remain viable democracies that uphold human rights and the rule of law, to achieve climate justice, and to provide economic conditions that discourage refugees, we need the following. We need urgent access to COVID-19 vaccines, which should be prioritized based on vulnerability. We need immediate action to cut greenhouse gas emissions. A program of debt forgiveness and debt rescheduling. Concessional financing that takes account of vulnerabilities, and funding to compensate for damage to reconstruct our economies, and funding to acquire decarbonized technologies to assist in building resilience. Excellencies, it is our hope that a spirit of cooperation will emerge from this gathering of 40 that can be taken to Glasgow to inspire an ambitious program of action to achieve net zero by 2050. I thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's now a pleasure to call upon the President of the United Mexican States, President López Obrador. Mr. President.
Empiezo explicando que aunque hemos
explaining that even though we have discovered very important hydrocarbon deposits,
estamos descubriendo,
the oil that we are discovering now
básicamente a cubrir la demanda
will be used basically to satisfy domestic demand. And we will not export crude oil and buy gasoline. Therefore, we will avoid the excessive use of fossil fuels. We are also updating our hydroelectric plants to reduce the use of carbon in the production of electricity. The energy that is produced with water is clean and it's cheap. Therefore, we have decided that we will change all turbines for very updated equipment, and therefore this will allow us to be able to take advantage of the waters that we have in the dams, and we will be able to produce more energy without building new dams and without affecting the environment. The third proposal is to share with you, especially with you, President Biden, a very successful experience that we had. We are currently implementing the program Sowing Lives, and maybe this is the largest effort of reforestation that we have seen in the world. Therefore, we can say that we have 450,000 agricultural workers that receive 5,000 pesos a month to be able to plant fruits, trees in their lands. We have planted 700 million plants, and we will reach 1 billion to be able to cover 1 million hectares. So the budget is $1.4 billion. The proposal is that together we will expand that program in the south of Mexico and in Central America, so that we will be able $3 billion additional plants and to generate 1,200,000 jobs. We assume our economic responsibility, and we are committed to help in organizing this. And you, President Biden, will be able to finance this program Sowing Life in Guatemala, in Honduras, and El Salvador. We have to take into account that with 4 million hectares of trees, we can absorb 70 million tons of CO2 per year. I just want to add another proposal. Very respectful. The U.S. government could offer to those that participate in this program that maybe after working in their lands for 3 consecutive years, they would be able to get a temporary working permit, and after 3 or 4 more years, maybe they could obtain even legal residency in the U.S. or keep double nationality. So the migration phenomenon, as we all are aware of, is not going to be solved by force, but with justice and well-being. You, President Biden, is a very sensitive person, and you know very well that the spirit of work, the desire to improve that the immigrants show is fundamental for the development of nations. They're migrants. Migrants are exceptional people, and those are the people that help in the development of different nations. We have to order these migration flows and organize them in a very human way and in a very practical manner, with the love of nature and the responsibility to give to the future generations a planet where they can be able to live. We also have to think that we are brothers in the universal way. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, President Lopez Obrador. It's now a pleasure to turn to the President of the Gabonese Republic, President Ondimba.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unprecedented changes causing unseasonal and extreme weather conditions increasingly affects millions around the world. Food production systems and water supplies are threatened. Over half of Africa's countries are predicted to experience climate-driven conflict. Around the world, forests are burning. The Congo Basin, one of Earth's lungs, safely stores billions of tons of carbon. It must be preserved if we are to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees. Fortunately, science tells us that the Congo Basin is more resilient to the effects of climate change than other tropical rainforests. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Gabon has 88% forest cover with low deforestation. We are well on our way to achieving 30% protected areas by 2030. We are net carbon positive, absorbing 4 times more CO2 than we emit. By investing in sustainable forestry, we can create a green economy that generates jobs and livelihoods whilst preserving forests. A nature-based solution to fight climate change with massive co-benefits for biodiversity and climate. However, we live in a climate democracy, and no individual country can escape the catastrophic results of our collective actions. Africa only contributes a fraction of global emissions, but we are the continent which is paying the biggest price. It is therefore crucial that climate finance, including climate debt swaps, be used to bring equity to the costs of adaptation in Africa. That is why the African heads of state formed the African Adaptation Initiative in Paris. And that is why just 2 weeks ago, African heads of state came together to launch a program to accelerate adaptation in Africa. Africa calls on the developed nations to shoulder your historic responsibility by replenishing the GCF. I congratulate Joe Biden for his leadership. We are on course for disaster. It is our collective responsibility to act immediately and at an unprecedented global scale to limit the climate change crisis. There is no time to lose. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now give the floor to the President of the Republic of Colombia, President Duque. It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. President.
Excelencias, Presidente Biden, Secretario Blinken.
President Biden, Secretary Blinken, it's an honor for me to be part of this marvelous meeting. And I want to start by saying that there is no doubt that climate change is the main challenge of our times. A country like Colombia represents 0.6% of the greenhouse effect at the global level. However, we are among the 20 more vulnerable countries due to climate change. Vis-à-vis that reality, we have to be bold, be decisive, and we have to act now. And this is why Colombia has been very clear in that when we go to Glasgow with two commitments. First, that we will get to 2030 reducing 51% of our greenhouse gases. And we have established that goal to neutral carbon for 2050. These are not just promises, these are objectives that are based on the actions that we are taking from now on. First of all, is regarding the energy transformation. When we took over, only 0.5% of our electrical grid was fed by renewable energy, and our objective, based on the decisions that we have taken, is that for August of next year, we will have 14% of that. So this jump is very, very impressive. Second is to go into cleaner energies. Thanks to the incentives that we have created, we already have the urban electrical fleet, the largest one in Latin America, and the cargo transportation as well. We also took measures in the fight against deforestation, and we are going to plant 180 million plants by the end of 2022. And in December of this year, we will have more than 100 million trees planted. This is a circular economy where we have to produce by conserving and conserve by producing. And it is and this will affect the different industries. We also started initiatives with different countries that are present here today in the work in the Amazon region. And we have no doubt that in the solution of nature-based will be very, very positive, and we have to start signing the contracts for the protection of our environment. I have to mention that we have to have a 21st century environmental ethics, where we have to urge our kids and our young people that we have to be aware on how to reduce our carbon footprint. And I want to take advantage of this opportunity, President Biden and Secretary Blinken. It's very important that all of us present, we have to subscribe to the agreement of the protection of the environment. There are 74 countries that have already signed this, but we want more countries to sign this. It is very important to use the development institutions like the Inter-American Development Bank for tools that will finance these policies so that we can get to net zero emission. And the third, I just wanted to share with you that it's very urgent that we have new mechanisms so that we can have debt for adoption swap. And I would like to, by closing, President Biden, Secretary Blinken, 50% of our territory is forest. We are 30% of 6% of the Amazon basin. We are the second country in the world with more biodiversity per square kilometer, and we have 50% of the high mountain environment. Our fight, our contribution in fighting this climate change is to protect that treasure. And if Colombia, that represents only 0.6% of the greenhouse effects, establishes a goal to reduce them by 51% by 2030, we hope that those actions will also be supported and be as an example of countries that are the heavier contributors. And the only way to save our planet would be to work together. We have to be aware that the issue of sustainability is what we have to follow. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's now a pleasure to call upon the President of the Republic of Turkey, President Erdogan. The floor is yours.
Distinguished heads of state and government, I would like to greet you with my most heartfelt feelings on behalf of myself, my nation, and my country. I would like to thank Mr. Biden, the President of the United States of America, for organizing this very meaningful event and for the invitation. It is all of us moral and conscientious duty to leave the world that has been entrusted to us in a more livable manner to the next generations. Climate change is not only affecting certain states that are most polluting the world, but actually it is affecting the whole humanity, starting with the countries in the African continent. And as Turkey, we are also among the countries that have been most affected by the negative impact. In order to reduce the impact of climate change, we are actually taking intensive action. We are undertaking significant investment to increase the forest area of our country and to increase our forest stock to further develop biodiversity and conserve the environment. As a matter of fact, we have planted a total of 5.1 billion saplings in the last 18 years, and we have increased our forest stock from 20.8 million hectares to 23 million hectares. And we are updating our National Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan and the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, which constitute our roadmap in the fight against climate change in line with 2030 and 2050 goals. Within the framework of our nationally determined contribution that we had presented in 2015, we are expecting a reduction of our greenhouse gas emission up to 21% up until 2030. According to our nationally determined contribution, a total of 1,920,000,000 tons of greenhouse emission will be prevented from the years of 2012 until 2030. Turkey is actually a leading country in its region when it comes to renewable energy. Currently, the electricity installed power has a share of 52.3% of renewable energy. With this rate, we rank the 6th in Europe and 13th around the world. And in terms of hydroelectric Planned installed power, we rank the second in Europe and ninth around the world. And we will be increasing our electricity generation from solar power to 10 gigawatts until 2030, and from wind energy to 16 gigawatts. And thanks to the steps we will be taking for energy efficiency, we are targeting to have 66.6 million tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction by 2023.
Under the leadership of the First Lady, Madame Erdogan, we have started the Zero Waste project, and with this we are going to increase the recycling rate to 60%. We have thus disseminated the National Gardens project, which is going to be increasing our green areas and our sink capacity. We are a country surrounded on three sides with seas, and the issue of declaring protection zones in open seas is an issue that we need to take into our agenda. In relation to fighting against climate change, any action and any undertaking that we will be taking is requiring high level of investment. In the post-COVID-19 pandemic period, we do believe that the green transformation issue will be at the core of our recovery, and we're taking steps to this effect. The green transformation of the industrial sector is also one of the aspects that I have announced in the economic reform package that I declared in March. Of course, such a transformation is creating the need for investment and financial opportunities. No government or no sector can actually realize such a large transformation on their own, and we know this very clearly. Thus, starting from the green transformation and in other areas, we do believe that the strategic cooperation that is going to be established at the global level is of utmost importance. I do believe that the efforts of President Biden is to be appreciated, especially in regards to this aspect. Climate change is a global phenomenon, and of course, unfortunately, countries are not at an equal footing. We see developing and developed countries, and I do believe that the sharing of the burden amongst these countries should be created in an equal manner, and this is going to be strengthening the fight against the climate change. In the pathway towards 2030, the common but differentiated responsibilities and comparative skills principle is going to be the main basis of an equal footing and an equal framework. In relation to the greenhouse gas emissions, Turkey does not have much of an historical responsibility, but we do believe that Turkey needs to be evaluated at an equal footing in relation to the global climate change regime. We do believe that we will be continuing to participate in the global climate efforts to be on an equal footing with countries at the same economic level. Whilst I'm ending my remarks with these thoughts and opinions, I would like to wish the summit to be bringing beneficial results for the future generations, and I would like to thank each and every one of you who have participated in the organization on behalf of my nation, and greet each and every one of you with my heartfelt feelings.
Thank you, Mr. President. We turn now to the President of Chile, President Piñera.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, I am honored to address you today. I am also thankful to President Biden and Special Envoy Kerry for organizing this event in which we can and must strengthen our commitment to fight climate change and global warming. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic is not the only threat that humanity faces today. Climate change has not been quarantined, but has continued its advance at a speed that urges us to take actions today, so mankind can have a tomorrow. Chile is ready to do its part. Even though we are a small country responsible for only 0.25% of the total world's emissions, we are determined to have a significant and positive impact and to make a relevant contribution in our fight against climate change. How does a small country like Chile pretend to have such an impact? The answer is simple and can be found in the simplest of molecules: hydrogen. Green hydrogen is what Chile can offer to the international community. Our geography provides us with the resources required. In the north, the Atacama Desert receives the strongest radiation on the planet. While in the south, the Patagonia, we have some of the strongest winds on Earth. Once harnessed, these resources will allow us not only to decarbonize our own energy matrix before 2040, but also will allow us to become a neutral carbon country before 2050. And we will become the most efficient producer of green hydrogen in the world, thus helping other countries to decarbonize their own energy matrix. As we move towards cleaner forms of energy, we must not neglect the protection of some of the most vulnerable and exploited areas of our planet, the ocean. We have that COP25 as the blue COP, precisely to underscore the role of oceans, the role oceans play as a climate regulator agent, and the importance of their protection. Chile has already established marine protected areas that cover over 43% of our exclusive economic zone. But it's not enough. And that's why today I want to invite you to go further by asking you to join Chile in two concrete proposals. First, the establishment of a marine protected area in the Antarctic, as we have proposed alongside with Argentina. This would protect the ocean around the Antarctic Peninsula, home to an incredible biodiversity, including endangered species such as penguins, whales, seals, krill, and small crustaceans, which serve as the foundation of the ocean food chain. And second, the creation of the first marine protected area in the high seas, specifically in the Nazca Ridge, an area identified as fabulously rich in biodiversity, abundant in endemic bottom species, and which has been designated as an ecologically and biologically significant area under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. We are decarbonizing our electric network. We are becoming a carbon neutral country, and we are electrifying our transportation system. Finally, I want to share with you the climate change observatory project. Under this initiative, we will create an integrated network of multi-parametric sensors installed throughout the country, covering more than 8,000 kilometers from the northern border until close to the South Pole. All the data collected will be publicly available to the world's scientific community and to any interested person. The fight against climate change and global warming cannot wait. Science has spoken loud and clear. Our citizens are asking us a moral commitment to change the course of history. And science and technology provide us with the tools to achieve these goals. Chile has heard the message. And it's taking bold actions today. And I want to assure all of you that in all your efforts to tackle this threat, you will always have a committed partner in Chile. We owe this to ourselves. But most of all, we owe it to future generations. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much. And now it's a true pleasure and honor to introduce another leader. Climate activist Xie Bastida. Xie grew up in the town of San Pedro Tultepec in Mexico. She's a member of the Otomi Toltec Nation. She's experienced firsthand the devastating impact of climate crisis. When Xie was just 11 years old, her town was hit by back-to-back years of climate-driven drought. Then the intense rains came, and then the floods. Her family was displaced, and she and her parents relocated to the United States, to New York. These dramatic swings in extreme weather are just one of the consequences of the climate crisis we're already experiencing across the world, including here in the United States, where at the same time as Xie's town was experiencing droughts and floods, the American Southwest was in the middle of the worst drought since the 16th century. After relocating to New York, Xie came face to face with another impact of the climate crisis in the lasting damage left by Superstorm Sandy. Wherever she went, she saw how changes driven by climate were hurting communities. So Xie joined the Fridays for the Future movement and was one of the young activists who led their fellow students and people of all ages to strike in order to wake up the world to the impacts of the climate emergency and to call on leaders like us to take action before it's too late. In the time since, she's given much of herself to the climate justice effort. She mobilized 600 students from her school to join the March 2019 climate strike. She led a push for legislative changes in her city and state. She launched a youth activism training program. She addressed the United Nations. For Xie, this isn't a hobby. It's a way of life. Xie is part of a rising generation of leaders who are pushing us to make the necessary changes that we've put off for too long. She and her fellow young leaders have earned a seat at the table, not just because they will bear more of the consequences of climate change or the world's inaction on climate, but also because of the urgency, ingenuity, and total dedication that they have brought to this effort. We've asked a lot of our young people. They're delivering. Now it's time we ask more of ourselves. Xie comes from a line of environmental activists. Her grandparents fought for decades to protect her indigenous nation's sacred lands in Mexico. Her parents were environmental advocates too. Something Xie's father told her continues to guide her activism to this day. And I quote, "Leave everything better than you found it." That's also our responsibility. It's what this summit is all about. And it's the underlying purpose behind all that we must do in this crucial year, in this decisive decade. If we act together, we can turn the need to reduce our emissions and adapt our communities into once-in-generations opportunity to improve the lives of our people and build more just, equitable, and sustainable societies. Xie, thank you. Thank you for all you've done to leave everything better than you found it. We're humbled and inspired by your service, and now we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, President Biden, and honorable heads of state. My name is Xie Bastida. I am a climate justice activist born and raised in Mexico. I am one of the many young people who have already been impacted by the climate crisis, such as when my hometown was hit by flooding in 2015. I come to this summit knowing that I cannot possibly communicate all of the youth voices that should be here, as I am the only one of two who will be addressing you today. As much as it is a great opportunity, it is also a great responsibility. I did not want to stand here and read our concerns and demands, because if you had been listening, you would know what they are. Nevertheless, I think that it is important for all of us to be on the same page from now and moving forward. The climate crisis is the result of those perpetuating and upholding the harmful systems of colonialism, oppression, capitalism, and market-oriented greenwash solutions. The 40 leaders who are in this summit are in the majority from the global north, which has historically perpetuated these systems. The communities who are the most affected, those who have endured displacement because of drought, flooding, wildfires, crop failure, and human rights abuse are not fully represented here today. Solutions must be aligned with the fact that climate justice is social justice. We can no longer keep having summits and conversations around what needs to change, because we already have all of the solutions that we need. So all we have to do is implement them. The fossil fuel industry and the systems that uphold the climate crisis rely on the existence of sacrifice zones. And these sacrifice zones have been intentionally picked to target the global south and black and brown communities in the global north. This is why when it comes to sustainable solutions, we youth need to participate in decision-making spaces to ensure that the green economy track will creating systems of exploitation and creating new sacrifice zones, because this is already happening in many regions of the world. Green economy with business as usual would severely affect frontline Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. You need to accept that the era of fossil fuels is over. We need a just transition to renewables worldwide so that we can stop emitting carbon and focus on drawing down carbon. But most importantly, all of these solutions must be implemented with the voices of frontline Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities as leaders and decision makers. We demand that you stop fossil fuel investments and subsidies. We demand that you stop any new fossil fuel infrastructure and existing fossil fuel extraction, including pipelines. We demand comprehensive, non-Eurocentric, and intersectional climate education, including literacy on climate justice, environmental racism, ancestral and indigenous wisdom, on historical movements, disability justice, green careers, and sustainable living. We demand that you stop systematically targeting the global South and Black and Brown and Indigenous communities through environmental plunder, the exploitation of our lands, and neoliberal policies. We demand to get to net zero emissions by 2030, not net zero by 2050, including concrete plans regarding how to get there, biannual binding carbon budgets. We demand that countries increase their commitments to be in line with the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees of warming, which is already a compromise for the Arctic, the Amazon rainforest, island nations, and much of the African continent. Here's where we hope that all countries replicate President Biden's commitment to cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030, because we must. We demand that global North countries recognize climate migrants as such. We demand that governments enact policies to protect land defenders and acknowledge our right to peaceful protest and mobilization. You will often tell us again and again that we are being unrealistic and unreasonable. But who is being unrealistic and unreasonable with unambitious, non-bold, so-called solutions? You are the ones creating and finding loopholes in your own legislations, resolutions, policies, and agreements. You are the naive ones if you think we can survive this crisis in the current way of living. You are the pessimists if you don't believe we have what it takes to change the world. If you want to know why youth activists are rising up, it's because we're striving for joy. Joy for our communities and future generations. The climate crisis is so violent and it has exacerbated so much injustice. It is time that you stop thanking us for being activists. It's time for all of us to rise together and recognize that the climate crisis is not only the biggest challenge that humanity has ever faced, but it is also the biggest opportunity that we have to change the world. To end, please keep in mind that throughout the summit, the Fridays for Future is holding a summit on April 23rd to say the things we want the whole world to know. My generation is making sure that there are alternative, inclusive, and radical discourses. In order for this summit to have an impact, it is imperative that our demands are recognized and implemented. It is not enough to ask what world we are delivering to future generations, but what generations we are delivering to the world. As youth, we want to make sure that we can continue to live in harmony with Mother Earth. Until we see the necessary paradigm shift, we will keep demanding holistic solutions, and most importantly, we will be watching and we will be organizing. Thank you for your time.
Xie, thank you very much for adding your powerful voice to this summit. People were listening, and I thank you. And to everyone who got this summit off to a start this morning, thank you very, very much. I think we're off to a good start. The conversation continues. We'll see you shortly. Thank you.
confine themselves to national borders. Instability and displacement in one country has ripple effects that are felt throughout the regions and across the world. Taking on climate change together is more than just the right thing to do. It's also in everyone's best interest to do it. Meeting this challenge is going to require mobilizing financing at an unprecedented scale. The private sector is already recognizing this. They know that climate change is more than a threat. It also presents the largest job creation opportunities in history. Hundreds of billions of dollars are already being invested worldwide every year, supporting projects to help build resilient economies with net zero emission goals. But the private sector has more it can do and must do. Let's be clear. Even then, the private sector can't meet these challenges alone. Governments need to step up and they need to lead. We have a role to play in making sure that material climate risks to financial systems are measured, disclosed, and mitigated. If Wall Street is pumping billions of dollars into businesses that could be turned upside down when the next storm comes, and we know there will be more storms, Wall Street needs to make clear the risk it's taking on. Those dollars being invested are often the hard-earned savings of our workers, pensions. We can't take steps to protect our workers if we don't step up. We have to be able to move forward from the downside deal then into the upside and strengthen the resilience of our financial system. I've directed my team to develop an approach to do exactly that. You know, and all of our nations must stand together in shifting policies on public investment as well. You know, to invest in breakthrough technologies, to finally end fossil fuel subsidies, to help the world's most vulnerable nations and those bearing the least responsibility for the climate crisis cope with the devastating impacts of climate crisis. You know, to help developing economies leapfrog to clean technologies of tomorrow, to mobilize the trillions of dollars needed to make most of the opportunity to build a clean energy, job-rich path to meet our goals, to make sure that our climate response is about more than just building and developing new sectors, but also about international security, regional stability. What we were providing during the second half of the Obama-Biden administration. At the same time, we intend to triple our public financing for climate application in developing countries by 2024, recognizing the dividends that pays in reducing cost of disasters and conflicts are avoided. You know, our Development Finance Corporation is committing to net zero emissions through its investment portfolio by 2040 and to increase climate-focused investments to 33% of all new investments beginning in 2023, the earliest of any country. In addition, today we are issuing America's first ever International Climate Finance Plan. This plan represents our vision for financing the global climate response in a coordinated way. It lays out specific steps that federal agencies of the United States will take to increase both the quality and quantity of climate financing. And it will help us spur the private sector to contribute more to climate solutions in developing nations and here at home as well. You know, this moment demands urgency. Good ideas and good intentions aren't good enough. We need to ensure that the financing will be there, both public and private, to meet the moment on climate change. and to help us seize the opportunity for good jobs, strong economies, and a more secure world. I'm confident that we're going to get this done together. And I look forward to the progress we're going to make together in today's sessions. So let's move on.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much for your leadership and the sense of urgency which you are calling everybody to account for. And we thank you for hosting this conference in less than 100 days from entering the Oval Office. We just heard a very powerful statement from a young activist underscoring the urgency that every leader here faces to meet this crisis. And as you have said, Mr. President, creating a net zero economy and doing it as rapidly as possible is an enormous challenge. It will require mobilizing finance at an absolutely unprecedented level. And it will require governments to help facilitate the net zero transition around the world and to help, especially, and we've heard it again and again from the leaders this morning, the vulnerable countries, the people who just don't have the finance or the technology or the ability to do this. Given the magnitude of this challenge, however, governments alone cannot possibly find all the necessary investment. There's no government in the world that has enough in their fiscal budget, in their budgets, to be able to provide what we need to make this transition. Ultimately, how governments, international financial institutions, and private providers of capital work together is really going to determine the outcome of this challenge. So joining us in this first in this session are four leaders from four different corners of the world, and they will share their experiences in financing climate solutions and in deploying mitigation and adaptation strategies. So to begin, it's my pleasure to turn to President Charles Michel of the European Council.
Thank you. Dear President Joe Biden, dear Special Envoy John Kerry, thank you for convening this important summit. America is back with us at the forefront of multilateralism, and your decision to return to the Paris Agreement sends a strong global signal. This is good news for the world. We face a civilizational challenge. Human beings have always shown a unique ability to adapt, adapting from agrarian communities to industrial nations dependent on fossil fuels. And today, we understand this is not sustainable. And we must once again adapt to fossil-free economies. This is now the third industrial revolution. In December 2019, EU leaders committed to climate neutrality by 2050, and we were the first major economy to take such a bold decision. And just yesterday, we enshrined our ambitious climate goals into European climate law. In a few minutes, I'd like to focus on two critical areas: green bonds and carbon pricing. First, we need to be more determined in the field of climate finance. We decided collectively to mobilize at least $100 billion a year for climate financing. The EU and our member states remain the largest contributor of public climate finance to developing countries, and we urge all developed countries to scale up their contributions. This would send a very strong signal in the run-up to COP26. And this is why our European budget and recovery package will dedicate around 600 billion euros to powering our green transition. Transition to a low-carbon economy requires massive investment, which far exceeds public investment capacity alone. We need to use our public funding intelligently to create buy-in from the private sector. The green transition is our prosperity strategy, and 30% of our recovery package will be funded through green bonds. Since finance is global, green finance must also be global, and we want to cooperate and orientate the private sector. Green finance was born in Europe, and today our currency, the euro, is by far the leading currency when it comes to green bonds. We have the most advanced regulatory framework in the world, and we'll soon establish a European green bond standard. But we need to create the right global regulatory framework. Let's try to provide greater certainty for private investors everywhere in the world. In 2019, we set up the International Platform on Sustainable Finance. And today, the platform represents 55% of global greenhouse gas emissions. We encourage more countries to join. Our European ambition is also reflected in our European financial institutions. As of this year, the European Investment Bank has aligned all its financing activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement. It will dedicate at least 50% of annual financing to green investment by 2025. It will support 1 trillion euro in investment for green projects this decade. And the European Central Bank is also working on the implication of climate change for monetary policy and financial stability. My second point, a global approach to carbon pricing is paramount to promoting green investment. If we want to be at peace with nature, we need to chase carbon from our business model. This is the only way to change direction. Preserving a global level playing field is essential. We must set the right incentives at the global level, because carbon leakage across our economies is detrimental. And that's why we intend to introduce a carbon border adjustment mechanism. This is needed to ensure a level playing field, and it must be compatible with WTO rules. We are ready to work with all our partners on carbon pricing. Dear leaders, dear President Joe Biden, we want to be a strong and loyal partner, and we are ready to join forces with all global partners, ready to take our collective responsibility for the well-being of our people and the well-being of our planet. I thank you.
Thank you very much, President Michel, for that important contribution. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Prime Minister Andrew Holness of Jamaica.
President Biden, Madam Vice President, Special Envoy Kerry, Excellencies and colleagues, happy Earth Day. The need for meaningful climate action has never been greater. Jamaica is heartened that the United States has rejoined the Paris Agreement, an important expression of global solidarity for climate action. We're also greatly encouraged by the United States' announcement to cut emissions by half by 2030. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a perfect storm for small island developing states. The collapse of tourism, falling revenues, rising debt, limited access to vaccines, and with the disasters continuously threatening lives and our sustainability, governments are forced to choose between addressing today's crises and building resilience to mitigate against future shocks. Not with these challenges, Jamaica has enhanced its national determined contributions to target a 60% reduction in emissions by 2030. We, like all small island developing states and many developing countries, remain committed to advancing climate action, and we are determined to build forward stronger, better, and greener. The world committed to $100 billion per year to support climate action in developing countries. It is critical that this commitment not only be honored, but that the ambition be increased and major emitters should contribute more to its financing. We welcome President Biden's announcement in this regard. I encourage all governments to play their part in achieving this goal, and the private sector must also be engaged. While increasing the quantum of financing is necessary, it will not be sufficient to address the needs of small island developing states unless it is accessible and flexible enough to target support for our vulnerabilities. While some progress has been made, significant hurdles remain in accessing climate finance, and the pace of implementation does not reflect the urgency of the climate crisis. We need to take specific actions to include: one, the establishment of a global disaster fund to help SIDS recover and manage disaster risk. Two, the development of innovative risk-informed financing for disasters and climate events. Three, the inclusion of vulnerability measures as the prime consideration in determining access for financing rather than only income criteria. And four, the scaling up of debt for climate adaptation swaps to simultaneously address climate crises and the systemic debt issues affecting already burdened developing countries. Jamaica has great sprinters, and we know that a great start does not guarantee a win. It requires momentum building. In this case, an accessible and equitable climate finance mechanism. We have raised our ambition and now call on major economies to step up and sprint with us to the finish line. We can win this, but we must act now.
Minister Holness. And now I'd like to introduce President Felix Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Monsieur le Président,
Your Excellency, the President of the United States of America, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, I am particularly honored to take part in this important virtual summit on the climate initiated by President Joe Biden. This initiative is all the more important as it takes place on this symbolic day of the celebration of Earth Day. I would also like to take this opportunity to express, on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo and on behalf of Africa, my congratulations to the United States of America and its president for the honorable decision to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. Africa is one of the continents that is the most impacted by the negative effects of climate change. Indeed, climate change negatively influences social economic development, peace and security, thus jeopardizing the well-being of populations and future generations. This is why my country, as well as the African continent, reiterates their commitment to implement the Paris Agreement and to contribute in so doing to the global fight against climate change in the context of sustainable development and poverty reduction. For the Democratic Republic of Congo, this implementation is reflected, among other things, by a nationally determined contribution that provides for a 17% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. This contribution amounts to approximately $21 billion and takes into account both mitigation and adaptation measures. In this regard, given the significant forestry potential of the Democratic Republic of Congo, we are working to carry out actions that provide for the protection of our forests, but also for their efficient management, while seeking to restore our forest cover to 63% by 2030. Among these actions is the ambitious intergenerational reforestation program that aims to plant 1 billion trees by 2023 throughout our entire national territory. In line with the agreement's current revision, that will now include the requirement to preserve biodiversity, peatlands, as well as other additional emitting sectors such as energy, waste, and multimodal transport. We are pursuing the goal of decoupling the use of forest resources from important sectors of the national economy, including energy and agriculture. In addition to these resolutions, we have decided to develop our huge renewable energy mix, consisting of hydroelectricity, solar power, as well as the sustainable mining of our reserves of essential green strategic metals that will undoubtedly contribute to the decarbonization of our economy. As chairperson of the African Union, I have no doubt that African nations are part of the solution that is required to mitigate the effects of climate change. And as President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, I am endeavoring to protect the tropical forests in the Congo Basin, and also to work with our neighbors as well as the international community to do so. These forests are of a critical importance at the global level. Broader than Alaska, they span 6 countries in Africa, and thus creating the Congo Basin, which contains 2 million square kilometers of tropical forest. It also has the largest peat complex on the planet, which 30 million metric tons of carbon. That is 3 years' worth of global emissions. However, to be quite frank, these forests are currently endangered. The illegal use of timber and of other raw materials, as well as uncontrolled use of energy, is threatening the world's second lung. We can improve the lives of people living in these areas by combating corrupt activities and by implementing sustainable energy production, as well as better agricultural practices. The Democratic Republic of Congo is striving to do its part, but the truth is we can do more with the support of the international community. I know from my discussions with President Biden and Vice President Harris that the United States is willing to invest in this critical issue. And I also look forward to increasing our cooperation with all countries, international organizations, and private entities that wish to make a difference for future generations. Existing financial mechanisms are not sufficient to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement, neither in terms of their mechanisms nor in terms of their implementation costs. The current price of forest carbon set at $5 per ton is neither fair nor realistic. Moreover, achieving carbon neutrality will not be possible without taking into account the conservation and regeneration of forests. To this end, a fair price for forest carbon that incorporates foregone opportunities should be at least $100 per ton. It is important that the summit accelerates the mobilization of additional financial resources, and these should be substantial. This also requires simplifying the procedures for accessing financing for the least developed countries, the majority of which are in Africa. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the importance of the commitment made by developed countries to mobilize $100 billion per year starting in 2020 and to increase this amount by 2025. Finally, I would like to express the hope that this summit will pave the way for the 26th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Tshisekedi, and thank you for drawing our attention to the critical coupling between your efforts to save your forests and finance. It's my great pleasure to be able to introduce the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern.
Kia ora koutou katoa, and thank you, President Biden and Special Envoy Kerry, for inviting New Zealand to participate in this Leaders' Summit on climate and for your commitment to US leadership on climate change. Our Pacific neighbours have identified climate change as the single biggest threat to their livelihoods, security and well-being. Our collective goal here at this summit and beyond has to be effective global action on climate change. That means our collective commitments in 2021 will need to be enough to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures. New Zealand has set the 1.5 degree limit at the heart of our domestic climate change legislation, our Zero Carbon Act. We've also committed to a 2050 zero carbon target, and work is underway to revise our nationally determined contribution to ensure we are doing our part. We will lift our ambition because we must. Our collective transition to low carbon economies means that all aspects of our economic activity is going to need to be working towards limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Finance, both our financial systems and financial flows to assist developing countries, is at the heart of that transition. And that's why we call on others to follow what here in New Zealand we have done by doing the following 4 things. 1, price carbon. 2, make climate-related financial disclosures mandatory. 3, end fossil fuel subsidies. And 4, finance adaptation. New Zealand has been pricing carbon since our emissions trading scheme was introduced in 2008. And in a world first, we'll begin pricing agricultural emissions from 2025. If you price carbon, emitters follow by innovating. On finance, in 2020, New Zealand was the first country to announce mandatory climate-related financial disclosures. What gets reported gets managed. It's one thing for investors to have a climate lens in their investment, but when it's economy-wide, that changes the way in which all financial flows and risks are managed. On fossil fuels, global agreement on the need for fossil fuel subsidy reform is long overdue. Fossil fuel subsidies undo any advances we make on pricing carbon. We cannot take money from emitters paying for their carbon emissions and then give them money back in subsidies. Join us in supporting a renewed WTO ministerial statement on fossil fuel subsidy reform at the 12th Ministerial Conference in November. Finally, developing countries, particularly those most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, such as Pacific SIDS, have a genuine need for easily accessible finance to support their climate change action, both for adaptation and mitigation. This is even more important as economies recover from COVID-19. While support for adaptation has been increasing, finance for adaptation remains low. We must do better to support countries to adapt to the impacts of climate change. The numbers we are discussing are beyond astronomical. Globally, fossil fuel subsidies total around $500 billion a year. This is 5 times our annual climate finance goal of $100 billion a year. Imagine what diverting trillions of mobilized finance could do to help us achieve our collective goal to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. It is time to stop imagining and for us to do what is needed. He waka ika noa, nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Ardern, for that powerful intervention. I want to thank the President. I know the President has to step out, but I want to thank him for being here for these important heads of state comments on the finance. Mr. President, we very much appreciate you being here, part of it.
Thank you, John. And we wouldn't be here, quite frankly, sponsoring this without you. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Well, you called the summit. I have the great pleasure now of introducing my friend Janet Yellen, who is our terrific Secretary of Treasury. And she's been an extraordinary partner and frankly, a stalwart champion on the climate issue since her days at the Federal Reserve. And she has long recognized the threat that climate crisis poses to the financial marketplace of the United States and around the world. And now as Secretary of the Treasury, she is continuing to use every lever at her disposal to tackle the climate crisis. So over to you, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, President Biden, Secretary Kerry, and other distinguished guests. I'm honored to join you today. The global community has only a short time to avoid the most catastrophic effects of climate change. We need a sprinting start now if we wish to achieve our goal of net zero emissions by mid-century. President Biden has recommitted the United States to do its part to tackle this crisis and marshal the full capacity of the U.S. government. As Treasury Secretary, I understand that finance, public and private, is crucial to enable countries to accelerate their progress toward a net zero emissions future and cope with a climate that is already changing. But this will require economic and political choices. Governments and business leaders around the world are pondering these choices. So let me mention two questions that keep me up at night. First, how can nations best reduce emissions while supporting economic development and responding to other major challenges, such as COVID-19? This is especially challenging for low-income countries that have few available resources and pressing development needs. And second, how should governments target public sector climate finance to mobilize the greatest private sector investments? Past efforts to support private investment have not achieved anywhere near the scale needed to green the global economy. I can tell you that the United States Treasury will focus the full range of our tools and expertise to work with you in producing concrete and innovative answers to these questions. Multilateral institutions are invaluable partners in the pursuit of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. For these reasons, in our 2022 budget, we have requested $1.2 billion for the Green Climate Fund, $485 million to support the multilateral climate initiatives, and increased support for the multilateral development banks. As you will hear from our panel, while we're making progress, there's a need for redoubled efforts to boost the flow of capital and foster the growing market demand for climate-aligned investments. This effort will involve engagement on many fronts. U.S. Treasury is working to facilitate investments in projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect against the impacts of a changing environment. We do that in part by providing technical assistance to foreign counterparts that help attract private sector investment in clean energy and sustainable infrastructure projects. We're also working with the G20 and co-chairing a sustainable finance working group that will establish a sustainable finance roadmap and improve the information that private investors have to make investment decisions aligned with a more healthy and prosperous future. In the end, though, we know we will only achieve our goal of curtailing climate change through collective action. Today, we as a global community need to be ambitious, set goals, work together, and sprint toward a cleaner, safer, better future. We look forward to meeting this challenge together.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We really appreciate that input. And I know we're all looking forward to hearing from a panel that we have now, because the criticality of the finance structure to the solution to climate can't be emphasized enough. The UN finance report is a gap report that tells us that we have a gap in financing of climate-related efforts of about $1 trillion to $2 trillion per year for the next 30 years. As I said earlier with President Biden here, that there is no way that any one government anywhere, or even a group of governments, are going to put that kind of funding to the task. So we've gathered leaders today from top public international financial institutions, and we have top executives from some of the largest private managers of capital. And in order to address the climate crisis, we understand that we have to increase our ambition. We've increased our expectations. But the question before every leader here today is, how can the combined world of public and private finance meet this challenge? Disclosure is one thing that is obviously going to drive capital in the direction we want. But how can public and private finance work together to accelerate this move towards a net zero economy, where the technologies are being deployed that need to be deployed, and where jobs are being added at a very rapid rate? So the question before the panel today is, what can the world of finance do in this decade, now, immediately? What is the most consequential step that can be taken in the race to stop the planet from reaching above the 1.5 degrees? It's going to take unprecedented cooperation, but what does that cooperation look like? So we're going to look to those answers from this panel, and I want to introduce first my friend Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Kristalina, you're there. There you are. Thank you. The IMF obviously plays a key role through its surveillance and policy dialogues with the world's financial authorities. And from your perspective, and you've been at this for quite a period of time, what economic and financial policies are most likely, in your judgment, to accelerate the transition to net zero carbon? And how do you see the IMF playing a key role in that?
Thank you very much, Special Envoy Kerry. And I want to recognize President Biden, Secretary Yellen, yourself, for giving this very precious gift to Mother Nature and to our future with the summit you assembled today. At the IMF, we look at climate change as central in our work on macroeconomic and financial stability, growth, and employment. It presents huge risks to the functioning of our economy, but it also offers, through action, incredible opportunities for transformative investments and green jobs. So let me focus on your question by highlighting three areas where right policies would make a significant difference. First, I want to echo Prime Minister Ardern. A robust price on carbon, together with phasing out harmful subsidies, provides a critical market signal to producers and to consumers in all sectors of the economy. It has proven to advance investments in renewable energy, electric mobility, energy efficient buildings, reforestation, with positive impact on growth and jobs while reducing carbon emissions. And carbon revenues can also help secure a just transition, compensating households for price increases and helping businesses and workers move from high to low carbon intensity activities. Our analysis shows that without it, we will not reach our climate stabilization goals. It also shows that a mix of steadily rising carbon prices with forward guidance and green infrastructure investments could increase global GDP by more than 0.7% per year over the next 15 years and create millions, as President Biden says, good-paying new jobs. Carbon pricing is gaining momentum. Many businesses now use shadow carbon price. Over 60 pricing schemes have been implemented, but we are not near where we should be. The average global price is currently $2 a ton. It needs to rise to $75 a ton by 2030 to curb emissions in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And this is what we want to propose. Because of the urgency to act, we need an international carbon price floor among large emitters such as the G20. Focus on a minimum carbon price among a small group of large emitters could facilitate an agreement covering up to 80% of global emissions. This price floor has to be pragmatic and equitable, with differentiated pricing for countries at different levels of economic development. And it can be implemented through different means: carbon taxes, carbon trading systems, or equivalent measures that match local policy preferences. And crucially, if we are to have a price floor, we may avoid the less efficient and potentially contagious border carbon adjustments if some countries move ahead with robust pricing while others do not. Second, green taxonomy, standardized reporting of climate-related financial risks. Both are necessary to unlock trillions of dollars in private finance. We know the finance industry is stepping up, but when we look at surveys of major investors, more than half cite the poor quality or availability of data as the biggest barrier to sustainable investing. And this is why at the IMF we are working with our members and partners on data quality and disclosure, as well as on financial sector stress testing for climate-related risks. Third, financial support to developing countries. They offer many of the lowest cost opportunities, so it is in everyone's interest to fulfill the commitment to $100 billion a year. And we have to innovate, including, as we now work with the World Bank, potentially debt for climate swaps. Combined with technology transfer and policy support, it would make it possible to decouple growth and carbon emissions. And let me finish, we will do our part. Special Envoy Kerry, we will integrate climate change into our annual economic health checks of countries and financial systems, and would actively promote low carbon, climate resilient growth paths that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that, Madam Director. And Kristalina, those are three powerful and important contributions. And if we have time, we may come back and inquire further. I want to turn to Yannick Glamarek now. He's the executive director, as everybody knows, of the Green Climate Fund. And the GCF has a very big portfolio now of climate projects around the world. So how is the fund going to enable developing countries to join in pushing the boundaries of innovation and to blunt the impacts of climate crisis?
Thank you very much, Special Envoy John Kerry, for inviting the Green Climate Fund to participate in this crucial summit. We feel honored to be part of it. Innovation in new technologies, business model, and financing instruments is imperative to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. GCF was established to foster a paradigm shift in our fight against climate change. If I may quote your words in a recent event, Special Envoy John Kerry, GCF missions is to put new ideas to work and scale up existing ideas. We are an open, country-driven partnership. We work with over 200 national and international partners, including commercial and development banks, civil society organizations, United Nations agencies, and private equity funds. This enables us to foster unprecedented coalitions to finance frontiers climate investment. We use a range of financing instruments to meet the needs of developing countries and investors. Grant, concessional debt, guarantees, and equity. This flexibility let us pilot new financial structure to create new markets for new climate solutions. We leverage these capabilities in 4 ways. First, we have a dedicated grant funding readiness program to support developing countries' effort to incubate novel ideas. Second, we pilot innovative ideas to establish a proof of concept. For example, we are providing risk capital to SMEs that are developing off-grid and climate-resilient agriculture solutions for vulnerable communities in East Africa. Risk capital is extremely scarce in developing countries, yet it is a precondition for innovation. Third, often together with partners like the World Bank and the African Development Bank here today, we crowd in private finance by serving as an early investor to establish a commercial track record for new climate solutions. As an illustration, we are anchor investor to mobilize institutional investors for what will be the world's largest seawater solar power plant in Chile. Finally, we strengthen the capacity of domestic financial institutions and entrepreneurs to accelerate the widespread adoption of commercially attractive climate innovation. Plain vanilla projects are a luxury we cannot afford. We must make every dollar count in the fight against climate change. Thank you very much.
You put your finger on one of the most vexing components of this, which everybody should perhaps think about, and that's concessionary money. The de-risking, taking the risk away, is going to be absolutely essential. And I think it's something we're all going to need to work on. I thank you. My next question is for David Malpass, president of the World Bank Group. The World Bank Group is the largest provider of multilateral funding and finance for developing countries. And your 2021-2025 Climate Change Action Plan is going to be published in the coming weeks. How will the World Bank Group contribute to raising ambition on climate through this new plan?
Thank you, Secretary Kerry and everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. We published a summary of our action plan today. The core of the plan is to spend more, in fact, record amounts, in ways that get the most results. That means helping the biggest emitters flatten the greenhouse gas emissions curve and accelerate the downtrend. And it also means record spending on adaptation. That's at least 50% of our climate finance to help countries prepare for and adapt to climate change. As background, the World Bank Group has reached its highest ever levels of climate finance in the past 2 years. Our plan commits to big increases in spending focused on results, plus active private sector mobilization through IFC and MIGA, our private sector focused entities. And importantly, we're aligning our financing flows with the Paris Agreement. So the key to make this work is to integrate climate and development. We need to identify the biggest mitigation and adaptation opportunities and use those to drive our climate financing. This is a path that I hope others will follow, to spend more, but do it in ways that will achieve the most useful results. For example, in a given country, will it be more effective to invest in green agriculture or low carbon energy or drainage systems that can save lives in a hurricane? we're adding diagnostics that will help with these questions. We're working with countries to reduce their subsidies on fossil fuels, recognizing that they are expensive and distortive. Some countries will want to implement taxes on carbon and might reduce taxes elsewhere. Nature-based solutions and renewable energy sources each have a key role. An important element of our plan is to support the transition from coal to affordable and sustainable energy. And our plan also includes diagnostics to help achieve the best results from adaptation. What are the best opportunities to save lives and livelihoods? And this type of prioritization and planning is critical, I think, to achieve the most impact and results from climate finance. We're actively engaged with developing countries on their NDCs and long-term strategies, and we'll be introducing new in-depth country climate and development reports. So all in all, our plan is ambitious. We're integrating climate and development to engage the full resources of the World Bank Group. And we're working on, and I'm very glad you mentioned the importance of concessional resources, we're working on a strong IDA 20 replenishment for the poorest countries. Climate action will be a core theme of that. Also, middle-income countries will need additional support. Green bonds, blue bonds, financial innovation, they all play a key role. And the World Bank Group, it provides an effective platform for this type of leveraging of donor resources. We can combine financing with deep country-based climate and development know-how, and that all reduces the fragmentation that is occurring in climate and development. So I have other comments I would love to make, but we, above all, we recognize the severity and the inequality of the current environment. People are facing challenges everywhere. There are tough issues that I haven't been able to name for us. The challenges are different country by country, and to be valid, we have to take into account the full life cycle costs and benefits of various climate policy choices. So what we know is that poverty, inequality, and climate change are defining challenges of our time, and increasingly they go hand in hand. For the World Bank Group, our goal, my goal, is to provide support and take prompt action in ways that create the most positive impact toward green, resilient, and inclusive development. Thank you.
Well, thank you. No, thank you, David. I think that's a comprehensive answer and much appreciated. I think when you listen to the young woman who spoke earlier, Shie Bastida, and the challenge and impatience of coming generations, but you also compare that to the magnitude of the job we have to do. I mean, we are way behind. Everybody understands we're way behind. I think the effort to bring up to scale even more is our great challenge. And I think we all need to work together. I wish we had more time in the context of this panel, but we need to do that. So I thank you for opening up that conversation. I want to turn to Akinwumi Adesina, the president of the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much,
let me, if I can frame a question to you. I'm sorry, Akinwumi. The African Development Bank is the only multilateral development bank now to focus over half, I guess, of your financing on projects with climate adaptation and resilience objectives. Not most people are doing that. How is the bank doing this, and what have we learned, you learned, about how to do adaptation effectively that we could share with others?
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I was just following the Prime Minister from Jamaica to say it's time to sprint, so I was just about getting off the blocks. I'd like to thank President Biden and you, Secretary Kerry, very much for inviting me to the summit. For all of us, President Biden's election has given renewed hope for us to global efforts to tackle climate change. Of course, it's appointing you. You're a direct friend to all of us, Secretary Kerry. You're also a friend of the global climate. Our special envoy is a very strong signal. And he's also appointing Secretary Yellen in Treasury. In my view, completes the action triangle of leadership, passion, and finance that's critically needed to accelerate global action on climate change. To be sure, climate change is a threat to Africa. The continent loses $7 to $15 billion per year to climate change, and this will rise to $50 billion per year by 2040, according to the IMF. Africa, the least emitter, suffers the worst of the impacts of climate change, including droughts, floods, locusts, and pest invasions. Africa is not at net zero. Africa is at ground zero. We must therefore give Africa a lift to get a chance of adapting to what it did not cause. At the African Development Bank, we are leading this charge for Africa. We have committed $25 billion to climate finance over the next 4 years. Our share of financing devoted to climate rose from just mere 9% in 2016 to 35% in 2019, and we will reach 40% in 2021 this year. We are also setting the pace. As you said, Secretary Kerry, the African Development Bank is the only multilateral development bank to meet and exceed the 50% parity for climate adaptation and resilience. Indeed, we devoted 50% of our climate finance to climate adaptation in 2018. And last year, we increased that to a record 63%. We are climate-proofing Africa. The bank is targeting 40 million farmers with climate-smart agricultural practices. We are also speeding up Africa's energy transition to renewable energy. We help to support the largest wind power plant in Africa in Kenya. And now we have embarked on what we have called Desert to Power, a $20 billion investment that will provide opportunities to turn the Sahel into the world's largest solar zone and provide electricity to 250 million people. We are securing the future of the Sahel. We have pledged $6.5 billion towards building the Great Green Wall in the Sahel to protect against desertification. We are deploying our Africa Disaster Risk Facility to help countries to pay for insurance premiums against catastrophic climate events. We are also building strategic partnerships, and you're a key part of that, Secretary Kerry, in particular with the Global Center for Adaptation. And together we have created and launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. Our goal is to mobilize $25 billion for the program exclusively for scaling up actions on climate adaptation. And just 2 weeks ago, 30 African heads of state, global leaders, including UN Secretary General Guterres, Secretary Janet Yellen, joined forces to back this African Adaptation Acceleration Program. Africa, Mr. Secretary, is determined to speed up green growth. What is needed now is green paper to back this green growth. It's time developed countries met their promised $100 billion per year for climate finance for developing countries. Together, we must secure the future and make hope come alive for the present. The African Adaptation Acceleration Program is Africa's plan. Your Excellency, President Biden's support to give it the resources it needs to be a big boost. By so doing, you will have supported Africa to rise from ground zero on its way to net zero. Together we adapt, together we prosper. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Akinwumi. That's a tremendous effort. I wish we had more time because there's so much to dive into, but we will work with you in this effort going forward. It's my pleasure now to turn to Brian Moynihan, the Chairman and CEO of the Bank of America, Chair of the International Business Council, and Co-Chair of the Sustainable Markets Initiative. Brian, if I can ask you, Bank of America yesterday committed to join the Net Zero Banking Alliance and the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Could you share with everybody what these two commitments mean about Bank of America's decision to mobilize $1 trillion over 10 years? I think, why don't I just leave it there?
Well, thank you, Special Envoy Kerry, and I thank President Biden for convening this session. We joined the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero because GFANZ provides a roadmap for the transition, not only for our company, but for all financial companies across all sectors. And importantly, it demonstrates the commitment we have to meet many of the discussion earlier on in this session. We're also confident we can deliver on the Bank of America's commitment to deliver $1 trillion investment over the next decade because our customers from all sectors are making transition commitments. These commitments drive a fundamental change in demand in what they do, a change we need to finance. The private sector, therefore, is key to bringing about the capital innovation to drive a just transition. And we have, as a bank, have to help our clients make that transition. Now, as you mentioned, John, I've personally worked with many of my colleagues across industries as they make net zero or similar commitments. The example is the Sustainable Markets Initiative that I co-chair with His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. This is a volunteer army of over 200 large companies working to accelerate their efforts. Asset owners, asset managers, banks, airlines, shippers, port operators, building supply companies, agriculture companies, companies from all sectors of the economy are committed to working to accelerate the commitments they've made to net zero. The other example that is similar to this by the private sector is the World Economic Forum Alliance for CEO Climate Leaders. 100 large companies, all driving towards net zero pledges, working together to see how they can accelerate the pace. Another piece that we've worked on, you mentioned, is standardized metrics developed by the World Economic Forum's International Business Council. The Big Four accounting firms helped us develop these metrics. They cover all the SDGs and are drawn from the best of the current voluntary standards. They disclose emissions across all scopes by all companies. The metrics show stakeholders what a company's plans are to improve across time. 80 of the largest companies in the world have already committed to disclosing the metrics, and many more are joining. These metrics provide a roadmap for how a company can disclose in a straightforward, understandable, transparent way their path forward. And we believe they should be the basis for the work for the broader corporate disclosure by the official sector. Now, we're moving to the confidence in deploying the $1 trillion at Bank of America. That confidence comes from the demand that is created by the commitments our customers are making. To use a phrase that your colleagues have used, it takes a whole of the bank approach, though, to make this happen. First, in our own operations, how we use energy. Second, we have to work with those small and medium-sized companies to help them reset their operations and finance the transition for them. They not only need our money, they need our expertise to advise them, as they don't have the large staffs that the big companies have. Third, importantly, is our capital markets activity, primarily in the first instance, raising capital for the larger companies to fund their operational restructuring and new facilities for clean energy. We're already one of the largest financiers in that area, and we did $100 billion in financing activity in 2020 alone across the SDGs. We also, through our capital markets activity, will raise equity for innovative new companies to fund their technologies and their growth. And we'll also raise money in blended finance structures that Mr. Malpass mentioned to leverage the public monies from the MDIs that spoke today, especially to help those developing countries. Another area that we have to work on is our research area. Our research shows that companies that are focused on ESG are better investments. This provides a carrot to good companies that are making progress and a stick to those that are lagging. And then we bring to the table our investment platform, over $3 trillion plus in customer assets, bringing capital from individual investors whose demand for ESG funds and similar investments is growing because they simply care. Even in our commitments to on racial and social justice in the United States of $1.25 billion, or our commitments to $6 billion a year in community development, low and moderate income housing, all these commitments are made across our platform with the view of the same transition pathways. So we're committed to net zero, and the good news is many of our private sector colleagues are similarly committed. We believe those colleagues, those private sector colleagues, are significantly important and the critical path forward for net zero for the world. We're there to help those customers make that transition and to provide the financing like a bank should. And by doing that, we deliver for society and for our shareholders. We call that at Bank of America the Genius and we look forward to helping you in your endeavors here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. That's a pretty comprehensive undertaking. And I might just comment that yesterday you are one of 6 banks that announced an aggregate amount of money of about $4.16 trillion that will be allocated over the course of the next 10 years, which is an incredible start to the effort to provide the finance we need. I want to turn now to Jane Fraser, who is the CEO of Citigroup. Jane's been sort of thrown into the hothouse here pretty quickly because she's only been there for as a chair, as CEO. She's been there for a long time, but you've already announced that Citi is going to be net zero in its lending business by 2050, and you're setting 2030 goals. You also yesterday announced you're joining the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is a pretty fast start. With respect to the climate crisis, what is it that you're now setting out as the new CEO? How do you hope to change or advance Citi's relationship to the climate crisis?
Well, first of all, let me thank Special Envoy Kerry for both your leadership on climate and for your invitation to this important summit. I may have been CEO for only a short time, but Citi has been helping lead our industry's drive to sustainability around the world for many years. We helped create the Equator Principles back in 2003 and the Green Bond Principles in 2014, both of which have been establishing important industry standards. And in 2018, Citi became the first US bank to report on our efforts to implement the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures framework, which provides transparency about the impact climate change has from a risk management perspective. So I'm very happy to see the cross-section of institutions participating today, because solving climate change is really going to require the ultimate public-private partnership. And agreeing on common metrics and common standards is going to be fundamental. At Citi, our goals for 2030, they're grounded on three principles and priorities. The first is financing climate solutions. The second is measuring the reduction of climate risk and impact of our own clients in the portfolio. And the third is continuing to minimize our own company's direct impacts on the planet. We recently committed to $500 billion in environmental projects and activities by 2030. And this is a tenfold increase over our very first commitment way back in 2007. And combined with our plans to finance $500 billion by 2030 in areas such as healthcare and affordable housing, like Bank of America, we've committed a total of $1 trillion to advance the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we're proud to do this. Now, some think that confronting climate change and creating jobs and economic inclusion are in conflict. But we believe we're only going to be successful in tackling our global challenges if these three agendas are working together. So solving climate change must be a driver of jobs and of economic prosperity. Now, in what is our biggest challenge yet, as a firm, we're targeting net zero emissions by the year 2050. And underscoring its importance, I announced this commitment on my very first day as CEO. And this is a bold goal for a global bank like ours, because it means not only addressing the emissions from our own operations, which we intend to have done by 2030, but also those emissions produced by our client portfolio. And yesterday, as you said, we're very proud to help launch the Net Zero Banking Alliance with Brian and others to establish a common industry framework for net zero. But we know that to truly fight climate change, our clients, which include many of the biggest world multinationals, as well as investors and countries like the ones we've heard from today, will also need to transition to net zero. And we will join them on this journey. Net zero is very easy to say, but it's going to be hard to do. And make no mistake about this, this is going to be really hard. We think it's going to require three critical things. Putting hard numbers to this, because when we look across our client portfolio, particularly in carbon-intensive sectors, measuring our financed emissions is rather a Herculean task. Second, having tough conversations with our clients. Do they have a net zero plan themselves? And how can we partner with them on the execution of this critical transition? And if a client isn't interested in decarbonization, well, what does that really mean for our long-term relationship? And the third element is looking outside the company. We've all got to accelerate technology development, whether it's through renewables or carbon capture, and we all have to get behind supporting the public policy that is really going to be essential to making this all happen. So yes, we are acting with urgency. We're excited about this road ahead, but I do want to underscore it's not going to be easy, and we're going to need all the pragmatism and the partnership that we can muster together. I can assure you, whether it's the drive to net zero or the other important parts of our ESG agenda, including closing the gender pay gap and promoting racial equity, we're going to back up our commitments with real action and with measurable results, because that's what matters. And our clients and our shareholders and our people, well, they're expecting nothing less. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you for coming today. We appreciate your participation, and congratulations on getting off to such a great, quick start. You said twice getting to net zero is going to be hard, really hard. And just remind everybody that will depend on whether or not we have some breakthrough technologies and breakthrough innovations, number one. But even if we get to net zero, we still have to get carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So this is a bigger challenge than a lot of people have sort of really grabbed onto yet. And again, we can't do it without your engagement and support. So we thank you for that. I want to turn now, if I may, to ask a question of Oliver Beta, the CEO of Allianz. You represent one of the largest insurance companies in the world, and one of the most committed to net zero. I can remember being at conferences with you a number of years ago, and you made some huge commitments. Given your long experience in climate, help us understand what do you think the business community needs to do, just bluntly, in order to accelerate the amount of capital that is flowing into net zero transition? How are we going to get there?
Thank you, Special Envoy, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all and being the European today in your conference as an expert. We started actually with the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance in September 2019. We were only about 13 companies, Marcy will talk about that, convened by the UN and particularly Secretary General Guterres, who I would like to applaud for his initiative to bring us together. Now, at the time, and I will answer your question in a second, it was a coalition of the willing. It was people that had a dedication, wanted to put, like many today, wanted to put their personal energy and their companies behind that. So the answer is we need to move from something that is voluntary and a coalition of the willing to making it mandatory in the financial sector to drive to net zero. We have, for example, the German insurance industry that is committing to 100% doing that. So we need to move from a few banks, a few asset managers, a few asset owners to have them. Let me give you an example and just be very forthright. We have today heard more than 70% of global GDP committing to net zero. Unless there's a lot of countries that have very large sovereign wealth funds that have not yet committed to net zero. And that we should ask ourselves why that is. So we need to move from an idea and an aspiration to action. Otherwise, it will remain, as Thomas Edison says, a hallucination, and our children will not be happy. The second thing is we heard a lot about practicalities. So reporting, making sure we have transition finance both into green energy but out of brown energy. But we need to have a deadline. A lot of these things have deadlines to 50 that are too far out. So for example, in the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, every member has to deliver concrete targets and actions and achieve results by 2025. And that is around the corner. And that is what we really need to do. So we need a pathway and we need credible outcomes and credible action short term. And last but not least, there's a quote from one of my kids. They said, "Dad, put a deadline behind these things and reinterpret it." It means get in line or fall dead. So we really need to make sure that people cannot sneak out and not deliver.
You, Oliver. I'm with your kids. Thank you for your contribution. Finally, the last panelist is Marcy Frost, the CEO of CalPERS. CalPERS, as a universal investor, sees a whole bunch of different kinds of investments. And I'd like to ask you, what are the barriers to mobilizing the money that is needed for climate solutions and what governments can do about it together in your own investments? And what is the experience of CalPERS say to you?
Yeah, so thank you, Special Envoy Kerry, as well as on the behalf of CalPERS. We really appreciate and are honored to be a part of this summit. As the largest public defined benefit system in the United States, CalPERS manages approximately $450 billion in global assets on the behalf of 2 million members. Our duty to pay benefits decades into the future requires that we take a long-term view in assessing whether the companies that we would hold in our portfolio manage both the short and the long-term risks effectively. For many years, we've carefully monitored material climate risk that our portfolio companies face and engaged directly with those companies about their efforts to mitigate those risks. We also work on global initiatives to help develop more effective reporting frameworks. CalPERS is a co-founder of Climate Action 100+, an initiative to really ensure the world's largest corporate greenhouse gas emitters, take necessary action on climate change. A newly released benchmark from this group indicates the seriousness around this topic and how serious investors like CalPERS are in measuring progress toward the 2050 net zero target. We believe it is also vital that federal regulators do their part and closely monitor climate risks to the financial system and provide clear guidance to financial institutions who are really addressing these risks on a daily basis. If federal regulators are not attentive, with their international counterparts to monitor these climate risks, we truly believe that coordination is necessary to protect our interconnected capital markets from climate disruptions. And our capital markets also need to adequately mitigate these risks. So in our view, government should take 3 immediate steps. And these are, the first one is really in support of Secretary Yellen's comments that she made earlier, that we require mandatory climate risk reporting. We welcome efforts by the Securities and Exchange Commission and international financial reporting standards in this area. Sustainable data disclosure should be fully integrated with and held to the same standards as financial data disclosures, whether that's a timely release of this data, how comprehensive that data is, the reliability of that data, and the ability to audit it. Investment grade data would be a game changer and could lead to an inflection point. We also believe that we should remove, or that removal of all fossil fuel subsidies to that industry should be eliminated. We also believe that, as many have already stated prior to me, that instituting carbon pricing is essential to the markets to mitigate ongoing and future risk. Without these policy measures, investors like CalPERS, as one large institutional investor, we do not have the data needed for climate intelligent capital allocation and stewardship. The subsidies and lack of carbon pricing are giving a false positive on the investment risk and returns of carbon, which is not sustainable over the long term. The Commodity Futures Trading Committee's report on climate change as a financial risk backs all 3 of these points, and CalPERS was a member of that committee. CalPERS will continue to address climate risks so that they can be accounted for comprehensively within our portfolio, and we look forward to working with regulators to advance initiatives to protect our markets from climate risk. And with that, I'd like to thank you again for allowing CalPERS to participate in the summit.
Well, thank you, Marcy. Thank you for participating. Unfortunately, because of time, we have to move to our next 2 speakers. But I want to say to everybody on this panel and to those listening that I think each of the participants representing a different approach and different kinds of institutions in the aggregate underscore the degree to which this market is changing, that that those who are advocating moving to address the climate crisis are not saying that there's a sacrifice to be made. In fact, they're saying it's the opposite. There's an enormous opportunity. The largest market the world has ever known is waiting for everybody and growing by the day right now. And I don't think these institutions would be talking about investing if it weren't true that they're able to produce a return on that investment for the investors. So this market is going to happen. The challenge is whether or not it happens fast enough. And already we're seeing exponential movement in the technologies, the capacities, but we're going to need all of you even more, because we obviously are behind. We have to accelerate and bring a lot of things to scale that just aren't there yet. It's known that to do this, about half of the emissions we have to reduce are going to be reduced by technologies that are not yet at scale in the market. So, we're a 4.5 to 5 billion energy user market today. We're going to go up to 9 billion in the next 30 years. That's the largest market in the world. So thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure we're going to be working together and sharing a lot more going forward. It's my privilege to turn to two leaders who together are helping to shepherd this process, the international climate negotiations, to ensure that we can deliver on the promise of the Paris Agreement with the ambitious action that is needed in order to achieve 1.5 degree limit in the warming. So I want to introduce Minister Carolina Schmidt, who led Chile's presidency of the 2019 UN Climate Conference, and who in particular underscored the important links between the ocean. Chile is an ocean country and one that's very dedicated to dealing with ocean issues. And she was a leader in helping to draw the links between ocean and the climate crisis. And Chile's ambitious climate plan is a living example of how ocean solutions play an integral role in the climate effort. And after her message, we'll hear from my friend Alok Sharma, who has taken on a role that no one foresaw, which is preparing for and leading a critical UN climate conference, COP26, in the midst of a global pandemic. He's managed this work with relentless determination. We're very grateful for his leadership, and we look forward to working very closely with the United Kingdom on the road to COP26 in Glasgow. So, Carolina and Alok, if Carolina, you would lead off, and then we'll go right to Alok, and then we'll close out this session. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Distinguished delegates, my warm greetings to you all from Chile, and a special thanks to our host, the United States. Climate change is the greatest challenge facing humanity this century. And this year, 2021, with the United States fully back in the Paris Agreement, is the year the multilateral process must show it is up to the challenge to bring the agreement into full operation. At COP25 in Madrid, important steps were taken toward this. For the first time, a mandate to address oceans under the UNFCCC agenda was established, an important step for the integration of the climate and environmental agendas in a blue COP, highlighting the importance of protection of oceans to tackle the climate crisis. We catalyzed technical assistance and knowledge on loss and damage with the Santiago Network. We adopted a comprehensive global gender action plan for climate action with justice. We step action on adaptation as relevant and as urgent as mitigation, holding the first COP ministerial on adaptation, and develop key progress, bringing us closer to an agreement on a global market mechanism on Article 6. But one of the most fundamental achievements of COP25 was the Climate Ambition Alliance for Carbon Neutrality, bringing together for the first time state and non-state actors committed with concrete plans to reach carbon neutrality at 2050 at the latest, following the requests of the science and recognizing that countries alone cannot face this challenge. We need the commitments and plans for transformation through innovation technology, and resources of the private sector. The COP25 presidency and the incoming COP26 presidency of UK are working closely together to increase the climate ambition using all tools available to work with everybody, even though these difficult times of the pandemic. Working together with the UK and the COP champions of COP25 and COP26, the High Ambition Alliance and its Race to Zero campaign has become the greatest ever coalition committed to net zero carbon emissions. 122 countries and over 3,000 organizations, business, investors, cities, universities, and many others, accounting for over 70% of global GDP, are now part of this alliance that include not only the world's biggest companies, and now as well with the Glasgow Finance Alliance, also more than 160 of the biggest banks, investors, and insurance, representing more than $70 trillion globally. The momentum is with us. Climate leaders around the world recognize that carbon neutrality by 2050 at the latest is not only an ethical imperative, but also a key condition for development and the only path to a resilient and prosperous future. The world is watching us and will accept nothing less than a complete and ambitious outcome at COP26 that must consider mitigation, adaptation, and finance as equally urgent. On the road to Glasgow, we urge all countries and non-state organizations to join us for people, for the planet, and for a prosperous future for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina, for your forceful leadership. We're going to need you more than ever in these next days. Over to you, Alok. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your very kind introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, before a baby born today has even finished primary education, the future will be set. We all know that the next decade will be make or break for planet Earth. And the warning lights are flashing bright red. And that is why the decisions that world leaders are taking today, and indeed on the road to COP26, are going to be absolutely critical. So I want to thank President Biden for bringing us together and for the US's own ambitious new nationally determined contribution. And indeed, I'm very grateful to everyone who has made announcements and moved us closer to our clean, green future, to creating those jobs and prosperity without harming the planet. And with today's announcements from the US, from Canada, from Japan, every G7 country now has an NDC that puts them on a path to net zero by 2050. This is a significant step towards keeping 1.5 degrees within reach from a group of countries who have a responsibility to lead. As you've heard, net zero commitments now cover 70% of the global economy, and this is real progress. But we have much further to go. Because as I said at the Climate Ambition Summit in December, the key question is, have we collectively, as a world community, done enough to put us on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, to protecting ourselves from climate change and making the Paris Agreement a reality? Friends, the answer to that question is still no, not yet. Between now and COP26, there will be more opportunities for countries to raise their ambition, and so we must, because if we are serious about 1.5 degrees, we must be serious about NDCs. And we must be serious about acting now to reduce emissions. And we must be serious about supporting developing countries. The next IPCC report will show us again the urgency of our situation. And the world is looking expectantly to its leaders to respond. And we must prove that we are up to the challenge. And we must make COP26 that turning point at which we get back on track and make the goals of the Paris Agreement a reality. And that means, firstly, putting the world on a path to net zero through long-term targets and aligned NDCs, and taking immediate action to meet those targets by, for example, phasing out coal, So I welcome South Korea's commitment to end overseas coal financing. Second, we must boost adaptation. Third, we need finance, as we've heard about in this section. And we must all see ourselves as champions of developing countries whose call for action we have heard loud and clear today. Climate change, we all know, does not respect borders, and tackling it is absolutely a global effort. So developed countries must mobilize that promised $100 billion a year. And I very much welcome the US return to the fold following today's initial climate finance commitment. And we will continue to work with all donors to increase ambition towards our collective goal. Finally, we must work together to deliver a low-carbon world and make the negotiations in Glasgow a success. Friends, today we have made progress on our goals, but we need a further step change. We need world leaders to mount a global response that matches the scale and the urgency of the crisis we face. This is the defining issue of our political age, the one against which future generations will judge us above all others. But I do believe that we can and we must rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Alok, thank you for those very important words. President Biden is hosting this summit because he agrees with what you've just said, that we're not there yet. And we all know the theme of this summit is raising ambition. And a bunch of countries raised ambition today, including the United States. And the United States and Europe and certain countries are hitting targets now that do get them on track to hold on to the 1.5 degrees. And Prime Minister Modi, with this 450 gigawatt renewable, if it gets deployed, keeps India on that track. So there's a beginning of the level of commitments necessary. But as Alok has just underscored, and we know, and Carolina also, we are not where we need to be. And the science is going to document that increasingly over the course of the next months. So this is the beginning of building blocks heading towards Glasgow. And Glasgow will be what many of us think is the last best hope to be able to get the world on track to do what we need to do. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I really thank you, Alok, and I thank you very much, Carolina, for your leadership, Chile's leadership, and look forward to working with both of you in the next months. When we return, we will have a message from a very special guest, and then we will go into our breakout session on climate action at all levels, as well as a separate breakout on adaptation and resilience. Those are the first two breakout sessions, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you all very, very much. We take a short break, and then we come back to go into that session. It's not that long a break. Thank you.
Fundamental. For the first time, civilization was possible, and humanity wasted no time in taking advantage.
The Holocene is the only state of the planet we know for certain can support the modern world as we know it.
But we have just left the Holocene behind.
The exponential rise in human pressures on planet Earth has now reached a stage where we have now created our own geological epoch.
We are now in the Anthropocene, the age of humans, because we now are the primary drivers of change on planet Earth.
It's just a mind-boggling situation to be in. For the first time, we have to seriously consider the risk of destabilizing the entire planet.
There is a danger that we have already crossed the boundary in Earth's climate. The most alarming evidence of this is in the change of our planet's ice.
Having two caps of permanent ice in the Arctic and in Antarctica is the very precondition for the planet to stay in the state that has enabled us to develop civilizations as we know it. A permanent white surface like what we can see around us here is reflecting back 90-95% of incoming heat from the sun. When these ice sheets start melting, you can come to a point where the ice sheets tip over from being self-cooling to becoming self-warming. And that is the most dramatic tipping point in the Earth system.
A tipping point is a point beyond which a change becomes irreversible.
So in the current climate, Greenland is already beyond its threshold, where it's now losing 10,000 cubic meters of ice per second. That's the average loss rate. Now, that loss rate will only continue as the climate heats up. So is Greenland lost? Evidently it is.
The drama here is that one characteristic of tipping points is that once you've pressed the on button, you cannot stop it. It takes over, it's too late. It's not like you could say, oops, now I realize I didn't want to melt the Greenland ice sheet. Let's back off. Then it's too late.
The important point to make here is that everything in the Earth system is connected. If one part of the climate system crosses its tipping point, then that might make it more likely for other parts of the system to also cross their critical threshold. So you can think of this in terms of dominoes. If you tip one of them over, then this might lead to a cascading effect.
When we cross tipping points, we unleash irreversible changes. That would mean that the planet will go from our best friends, a position where it dampens and reduces the stress, sucking up carbon dioxide, taking up heat, absorbing impacts, and tipping over to a point where it could self-reinforce warming and become a foe.
In 1988, we passed 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere. This was the moment we crossed the boundary. Ever since then, we've been at risk of triggering changes that lead to runaway warming.
Right now, we've reached a point of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere of roughly 415 parts per million. We're starting to see the impacts of being in the middle of the danger zone in the climate boundary in terms of rising frequency of droughts and heat waves and floods and accelerated melting of ice and accelerated thawing of permafrost and higher frequency of forest fires. Today, our assessment is that the uncertainty range in science lies between 350 ppm, which is the boundary between the safe zone and entering the danger zone, up to 450 ppm, which is when you exit the danger zone and go into really high-risk zone.
If we enter the high-risk zone, irreversible tipping points become highly likely, if not inevitable. And this is a conservative estimate, given that the signs of tipping points are all around us now. We are fast approaching a major tipping point in one of the planet's largest remaining wildernesses, the Amazon. Large parts of the rainforest are drying out, As the forest is reduced and fragmented, its ability to recycle water and generate rain into the dry season is diminished. If the dry season becomes longer than 4 months, the jungle trees die and are replaced by savanna, and carbon is released into the atmosphere. Carlos Nobre has calculated the Amazon could release 200 billion tons over the next 30 years. That's equivalent to all the carbon emitted worldwide for the past 5 years.
We are very, very close to the tipping point. Are we concerned about fighting the climate crisis? Are we concerned about keeping the carbon in the forests? Or I don't care.
Now that Johan and his colleagues have turned on the headlights, we can clearly see the boundaries. We can see the path back to a safe space, to a more resilient future. It is achievable. An immediate priority is to reduce carbon emissions to zero and stabilize global temperature as low as we possibly can. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we have emitted 2,400 billion tons of carbon dioxide. To stay below 1.5 degrees, we must emit less than 300 billion tons more. If we continue to emit 40 billion tons each year, our budget will run out within 7 years.
Of course, we cannot shut down all energy utilities in the world overnight. So the only orderly way to do this is to bend the global curve of emissions now. So that's what all science shows. Now is the last chance we have to bend the global curve.
Cutting our emissions in half every decade is an exponential rate of change.
Anyone can adopt this pace, and a company can do it, or a country can do it, or the world can/must do it. The future is not determined. The future is in our hands. What happens over the next centuries will be determined of how we play our cards this decade. I would say that we do not have environmental problems in the world anymore. Destabilizing the planet, the risk of destabilizing the planet, is a question of security and stability for all societies in the world. Therefore, it is a question for the Security Council.
It's a remarkable time to be alive, but it also carries great responsibility to act decisively. We have no time to lose.
We still have a chance. The window is still open for us to have a future for humanity. That, I think, is the beauty of where we are today.
next week. No, that's really I'm not gonna go that way. Okay, so it's okay. Yeah. everybody. Pastor, keep on you too close. That's it. Thank you for your patience. Everyone up the wristband. Who needs a wristband?
Let me check.
Careful. Right side, you need a wristband on the right side.
Should be hearing anything on that.
Follow on the right-hand side. Get a wristband.
Adrian, they are great. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Esta iniciativa que me parece feliz, una iniciativa que nos pone en camino a todos, a toda la humanidad a través de sus líderes, nos pone en camino, en concreto hacia la reunión de Glasgow, pero más todavía en concreto, hacernos cargo.
It leads us to be stewards of nature, this gift that we have received and that we must care for into the future. This is increasingly significant because it is a challenge we face in the post-pandemic era. We need to keep moving forward, and we know that one doesn't come out of a crisis the same way one entered. We come out either better or worse. We need to ensure that the environment is cleaner, more pure. It needs to be preserved. We must care for nature so that nature may care for us. I wish you great success during this meeting. What a wonderful idea to meet together, and I will be with you every step of the way. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure now to conduct the breakout sessions, Administrator Regan of the EPA and Secretary of Agriculture Vilsack and Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas.
I'm thrilled to welcome you all to the roundtable discussion portion of President Biden's Leaders Summit on Climate. The theme for our panel is climate action at all levels. Over the next 55 minutes, we'll hear from governors, indigenous leaders, and mayors from all across the world talk about the importance of advancing climate ambition through multi-level action. On our panel today, we have Mayor Anne Hidalgo of Paris, France, Mayor Latoya Cantrell of New Orleans, Louisiana, Mrs. Sanea Buzea Duvalier, member of the Indigenous Council of Roraima, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham of New Mexico, Mayor Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico City, Mexico, Fawn Sharp, President of the National Congress of American Indians, Governor Koike Yuriko of Tokyo, Japan, and Ms. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, President of the Association of Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad. Thank you all for being here. As you might have noticed, all of our panelists today are women, a testament to how women around the world are raising the mantle of climate leadership, developing sustainable solutions, and using their expertise to create a healthier, more equitable global society. These leaders are working closely with national governments to increase our collective efforts to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. They're using firsthand knowledge about their communities to make change on the ground, spur local job creation, and help inform national decision-making on climate change. Each of their experiences showcase that progress often first begins at the subnational level and takes off from there. Today's panel comes as we mark the return of U.S. climate leadership. Earlier today, the president announced a target of reducing net greenhouse gas emissions 50 to 52% from 2005 levels by 2030. While American leadership is back, we owe a debt of gratitude to our partners overseas, including those we have here with us today, who remain committed to emissions reductions efforts over the past 4 years. In the spirit of partnership, I'm proud that today the United States is announcing that it will resume and strengthen its
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please get everyone to take their seats so the family can come in? Please, we need everyone to please take your seats. And if there's a seat that has a name on it and it's not your name, then I think that might mean that it's not your seat. Please sit in the seat that has your name on it or one of the vacant seats. And we'll like everyone please at this time to take your seats so the family can proceed into the sanctuary.
Let us all stand. Jesus said, "Come unto me, all you that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, "Write, blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and the works do follow." Before I'll be freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. No more weeping, no more weeping, no more weeping over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, no more sorrow, no more sorrow, no more sorrow over this city. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. weeping over me. And before I'll be the same in my grave and go home to my Lord.
give the Lord a hand of praise all over the sanctuary. Certainly we do honor the Spirit of Christ. Certainly the angel of this house. And rather than Bishop Richard Howell, let's give him a hand. Certainly thank him for opening these doors. And certainly the eulogists of the hour, none other than Reverend Sharpton, to all the clergy and all the dignitaries. And on behalf of his Wright family, we say thank you for coming. I need you to do one thing for me. Turn to your left and say, I'm a VIP, and I'm a guest of the Wright family. And turn to the right and say, I am a VIP, and I'm the guest of the Wright family. Now that everybody has been acknowledged, you can't get upset that we was not acknowledged. You may be seated. I got one task today, and that is to get us where we're supposed to be on time, and I was given those instructions directly from Mr. Aubrey Wright, and so we're going to try to move this program along relatively quickly so this family can get some rest. So at this time, we're going to have our scripture reading by Reverend Alfred Paddington Johnson, and immediately following him, we'll have a prayer by Pastor Carmen Means, and immediately following her, we'll have a selection by Shiloh Temple Mass Choir. Somebody say amen. Amen. To the family of Dante Demetrius Wright, a family that has been visited by a loss, and sometimes a loss so sudden that it can seem like darkness has just descended upon you. To the Floyd family, to a community that's dealing with disruption. Joseph C. Price, who was the founding president of Livingstone College, said, and I hope you would bear this in mind, it matters not how dark the night, I believe in the coming of the morning. That sentiment is found in the scripture. The Lamentations, written by the weeping prophet, one associated with the issues of grief, the 3rd chapter, the 19th through the 23rd verse. Jeremiah says, I remember my affliction and my wandering, the bitterness and the gall. My soul still remembers and sinks within me. But here's good news. He said, yet this I call to mind, and therefore I have hope. Because of the Lord's great love, hey, we are not consumed. His compassions fail not. They're new every morning. Great, O God, is thy faithfulness. Hope in God.
Amen. Those that are willing and able, we can stand for prayer. Two things can be true at the same time. There's joy and there's pain. There's loss and there's gain. I want to acknowledge every faith that's in the building. You may not subscribe to the way that we subscribe. You may not believe in the way that we believe. But one thing that we can rejoice in before I start this prayer, regardless what your demographics, regardless what you believe, is that we experience this week the God of justice. So with that, God, we give you praise, we give you glory, we give you honor, and we thank you that you are the God of our ancestors. We thank you that you are the God of yesterday, today, and forevermore. So with what you did on April 20th, we know that you can do it, so we ask that you do it again. We ask, oh God, that this will not just be a moment in time, but this will be a seed, that we will see the fullness of justice, and we will eat of its fruit, not just in today, but for our children's children, and our children's children's children, and our grandchildren's children. We thank you, God, that you are not short concerning your promises. So even though right now we are trusting in God that we do not understand, But the beauty and the audacity of faith is trusting a God that I cannot understand. So with that, we glean to our grandparents' faith. We glean to our ancestors' faith. And we declare and decree that this day and the days to come, that you will be a comforter in the midst of the storm. We're not asking you for peace. We declare it because it's a promise. So we thank you that in the midst of the storm that you will still be God, that you will still be faithful, and that you will still be true. Thy kingdom power, thy will be done. As it is above, so shall it be below. The final word is justice, and so it shall be. Amen, Ashe, and it is so.
You may be seated. This song says, my hands are lifted up and my heart is ready to receive a blessing from the Lord. Even in the midst of what's going on, anybody still want to receive a blessing from the Lord? Hallelujah.
And my heart is ready
this time we will have a solemn reading of the obituary of none other than Brother Dante Demetrius Wright. That was taken from us much too soon. Somebody say amen. What an awesome young man. At this time, we're going to have a musical selection and vigil tribute by Keon Harrell, the trumpeter, and Mr. Hiltz, the virtue painter. Let's give them a hand as they come. And I can surely tell you in for a treat. Witness what about to take place. How many know that God is still good? In spite of our troubles and our struggles and all situations, He's still yet God. Come on, let's give Mr. Hiltz and Brother Keon Howard a hand as they come.
Come on, give it up for him. Come on, people, treat. Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Hills and Brother Harold. Hallelujah. At this time, we're going to hear a plea for justice. None other than the attorney that Reverend Sharpton has coined the general attorney for black folks. That's none other than the one and only Benjamin Crump. Let's give it up a bit for our attorney. He will come and bring the people justice and then bring up the family for reflections. Justice for Dante Wright. Dante Wright, life mattered. Before I give the plea for justice, let me have you join me in proclaiming that Dante Wright life mattered. So his mother, Katie and Aubrey Wright, will know that we believe it when we quote it. Up on your feet, if you would. Dante Wright life mattered. Dante Wright life mattered. Dante Wright life mattered. Katie, Aubrey, our heart is broken with yours as we come to lay him to rest, but most importantly, we celebrate his life and we define his legacy. Once more, Dante Wright life mattered. Thank you. Now, Reverend Allen is going to deliver the eulogy as only my mentor can. But I want to acknowledge for you in this plea for justice, along with my distinguished co-counsels, Attorney Antonio Ramanucci, and Attorney Jeff Storms, and Attorney Carol Powell-Lexing. We want to acknowledge the fact that as we make the plea for justice in the court of public opinion, that we pray Attorney General Keith Ellison will allow us to get full justice in the court of law. Yes, Attorney General Keith Ellison. And maybe that's appropriate, Reverend Jordan, right before I make this plea. Attorney General Keith Ellison worked in tandem with our civil rights legal team, the activists, and the activists. We have to acknowledge the role that the activists play, the freedom fighters on the front line. Dr. King said, we all have a role to play in this struggle for equality and justice. Whoever played his role, the activists play their role based on the Constitution of the 7th Amendment, the civil rights lawyers play their role, and my God, based on the 10th Amendment, Attorney General Keith Ellison and his team of prosecutors played their role to get criminal culpability for the death of George Perry Floyd, whose family is present here. If you all would stand, George Floyd's family. Step out front for a second. George Floyd family, step out front for a second. Just for a second. Minneapolis, thank you for not letting the legacy of George Floyd end with that video we saw taken by Darnella on May 25th, 2020. Because the loss that ended with a precedent that we all can follow, that marginalized minorities and especially black people have a right to get full justice, not just partial justice. And the last thing I will say about this Floyd family, aside from Reverend L and National Action Network, they have become the comforters and counselors, along with our legal team, for the family of Dante Wright. You see, Mark Morales is so profound that just this time last year, Mayor Fry, just this time last year, Reverend, you remember this time last year, they were being introduced to the world because they became part of a fraternity that no family wants to be a part of. Congresswoman Omar, they evolved right before our eyes, and now they have not considered it robbery to walk hand in hand with the family of Dante Wright until they can get a measure of justice. So we salute you, George Floyd, and the legacy of George Floyd, as we stand together to make sure that President Biden knows we are all going to work together to get the George Floyd Justice and Release and Accountability Act made into law that will live forever for our children and our children's children and children yet unborn. Thank you, George Floyd. Thank you, George Floyd's family. God bless you all. And sometimes your heart gets to you. They don't mean to be this long. That young man who played the trumpet presentation for you all is the Grammy Award-winning jazz artist Keon Harrell. Keon, please stand. Let's come here for a second, Keon. Because in making the plea for justice, you know, the one thing that the legacy of Dante Wright will stand for is this proposition that on that video, we did not see the police officer de-escalate. And de-escalation is a behavior that is intended to prevent the escalation of conflicts. So, Katie and Aubrey, what we saw in the video of Officer Potter, this 26-year veteran, was not an exercise in de-escalation. I would submit to you, my co-counsels, that it was an exercise in escalation. But if you want to see an exercise in de-escalation, I have the honor of representing this man who most of you came to know because his 14-year-old son was falsely accused by a white woman of stealing an iPhone in the Arlo Hotel after the Christmas holiday. And this black man, Tamika, this black man, my side, showed the world how you de-escalate a situation. That is who Keon Harold is. A strong black father, willing to protect his child, not with physical assault and battery, but with intellect and diplomacy. That's what Dante Wright needed. That's what Officer Potter should have exhibited. She should have been like Keon Harold. So I say to you, as we acknowledge the families of Emmett Till, who are present here with us, and the family of Oscar Grant, the famous man, because such similarities. You remember in Oscar's case, the police officer said they were reaching for a taser 12 years ago. I think about George Floyd tragedy, and I read Reverend Al, they said, what is the difference 30 years later between Rodney King, that we saw on video get brutalized and dehumanized and tortured by the police, and George Floyd, who we saw on video get brutalized and dehumanized and tortured by the police? And the answer was quite simple. It was the quality of technology has gotten better. But the excessive use of force remained the same. When you think about de-escalation, it's based on behavior. It's based on your behavior. Your behavior of a situation many times is based on your perspective. How you see a thing. I'm reminded Senator Klobuchar of Ava DuVernay's How They See Us. The legacy in the court of jurisprudence will be, how did Officer Potter see Dante Wright? But more importantly, how does America see our children? Because if she saw your child, Katie, like she saw her child, then I do not think she would have even reached for a taser, much less a gun. Because when they see their children, they see their future. They see the best and the brightest that they have to give the world for the future. They see the most talented and resourceful, most indomitable human beings when they see their children. I submit to you, America, so do we when we see our children. I have been notified that Philando Castillo's mother is present here. Let's please acknowledge her. When we talk about how they see us, so Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, Kenny Walker, is present here with us. Let's recognize Kenny Walker. All of those who are attached to people who we loved, that the people who were supposed to protect and serve them could not see their humanity, our children. So I'll say in conclusion, in this plea for justice, I remind you again, as I did yesterday, of what Dr. King told us. Because at some point, Dante Jr. is going to get old enough to watch that video of how his father was slaved so unnecessarily. A misdemeanor. A misdemeanor. Reverend Al, it's too often that traffic stops end up as deadly sentences, a death sentence. We're going to have to make sure that Dante Jr. know that we stood up for Dante, his father. And it is so clear to me that we can't worry about what people say about us as we stand up for our children. Dr. King said that the coward will ask the question, is it safe? Then he said expediency will ask the question, is it politically correct? Then he said vanity will come along, Bishop Howell, and ask the question, is it popular? And then he said conscience will come along and ask the question, is it right? And Dr. King concluded, there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither popular nor politically correct or not even safe. But there comes a time when one must take a position because your conscience tells you it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do to stand up for our children. It is the right thing to do to speak up for our children. It is the right thing to do to fight for our children. Because if we don't fight for our children, we can't expect nobody else to fight for our children like us. And we have to fight for our children until hell freezes over. And then we have to be prepared to fight on the ice. Because our children need to know that's how much we believe in them. That's how much we believe in their future. Because they too have a right to life and liberty and the American dream. And that is the plea for justice. Thank you. God bless you. Kate and Aubrey, as I prepare to have reflections and bring you all up to reflect on the blessing that God gave you to bring into this world, I want to take just a moment to acknowledge the family of Jamar Clark, who came here to be with you all. Well, the Wright family is a beautiful, modern American family. Beautiful in every way, diverse, lovable, just a representative of America, Reverend Al, when you look at them. So if you all would give the charity of your undivided attention to the parents of Dante Wright as they come to give reflections. His mother, Katie Wright, and his father, Aubrey Wright. Show your love for this loving family.
I sat up until 3:30 in the morning, so nervous and scared about what I was going to stand up here and say about my son. I never imagined that I'd be standing here. The roles should completely be reversed. My son should be burying me. My son had a smile that was worth $1 million. When he walked in the room, he lit up the room. He was a brother, a jokester. He was loved by so many. He's going to be so missed.
Take your time, Katie.
I don't really speak much, but words can't even explain how I feel right now. You know, that was my son. I'm going, man.
I remember when Dante first became a father. His son was born at 28 weeks along, so he was premature. And the joy that Junior brought to Dante's life was truly amazing. He was so happy and so proud, and he always said he couldn't wait to make his son proud. Junior was the joy of his life, and he lived for him every single day. And now he's not going to be able to see him.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Yeah, as Reverend Al has often said, there's no instructions of how to join this fraternity. It is thrust upon you. At this time, we will have, as a brother, his siblings of Dante Wright, Dallas, Demeek, Marcus, Monica, Diamond, and Destiny. If you all will come forward and give reflections as a brother. this beautiful American family.
My name is Monica Wright. I didn't really get enough time with him. I wish I got enough. I didn't get to tell him I loved him before he left. He didn't deserve this. He was so loved by everybody. Do y'all see? Do y'all look around and see how big our family was? He had love for everybody.
Y'all,
my name is Dallas. I'm one of Dante's 3 older brothers, and we were pretty much closest out of the 2. I spent a lot of time with this man, and every holiday is not going to be the same anymore without him being here. He was literally the life of the party. When he came in, you know, the smile, his laugh was really contagious. Anybody knows if you heard his laugh, it's contagious. But I am going to miss this man so much because he was literally my best friend through thick and thin, through all the late night conversations we had about him trying to better himself as a man and the man he wanted to be for Junior. We talked for hours on it, and he was doing that, and I was so proud of the man that he was becoming, and he was going to make an amazing father to Junior once Junior got older throughout the years, and I love my little brother to death.
you all give a big round of applause for this beautiful American family. Attorney Ramanucci, as his Aunt Nisha said, everybody talked about that big smile he had. That big smile. And how he lighted up the room. Next, you will hear from his uncle, Bobby Wright, the uncle of Dante Wright. Is he coming along, Nisha, or is somebody coming with him? Okay. Y'all give it up for Uncle Bobby. Oscar Grant had an Uncle Bobby as well. Something about those Uncle Bobbies.
Yes, sir. It's funny that you say Bobby Wright. It's Bobby McGee, but I was raised by the Wright family. My father is Bobby Wright, Sr., and it's a lot of Bobbies. So, but I just want to say, you know, Dante was amazing. From the first day I met him, he was a little bitty boy. My sister gave him this nickname, Lemonhead. And he would not stop laughing. He wouldn't stop giggling. That smile, that laugh was there from day one. And he drooled when he was a baby, nonstop. So he just couldn't stop laughing all the time. So he just brightened the room. And I tell you, you know, it's not going to be the same without him. I'm just so thankful that I had the opportunity to spend my last birthday with him. And I wish I could tell you that I was spending his birthday with him. But we won't have that opportunity. You know, this is just a travesty. We just got to do better as people. We can't keep being pulled away from our families. I actually wrote something for him, but you know, with all this going on, I just don't know if I can do that part, but I love you. I love you, Dante, and we will see you again.
Next, we will have a musical selection, and then I will introduce the eulogist who really needs no introduction, but it would be disrespectful not to give him his propers. Now we'll have the musical selection.
will
My Lord. My Lord. Y'all, thank Bishop Howell and his incredible choir from Shiloh Temple International Ministries. Bishop Howell, thank you for having your great choir here so all of America could take in the fullness of the black church experience. So when those who don't attend the black church, when they go to their church on Sunday, they can reflect back to the black church experience. Thank you, Bishop Howell. Amen. Now has come the time when we pay the highest respects to Dante Wright with the eulogy. And there is nobody more fitting than our civil rights leader in America today. Every time I call him, he always answers the bell. He answered the bell for Martin Lee Anderson in 2006. He answered the bell for Trayvon Martin in 2012, Oscar Grant in 2009. He answered the bell for every name we have come to learn in the last 3 decades of black people who have been disenfranchised, victimized, and marginalized. And he answers the call in the middle of the night, the wee hours of the morning. Even when he's doing his television show, Politics Nation, he will text you back because that's how much he cares about Black America and those who have been forgotten about, left behind, swept under the rug. He always is there, standing in the gap, giving a voice to the voiceless. My mentor, my friend, he's a co-counsel when we need him, Kaden Arbery, and he is the man who God has anointed for a time such as this, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
Give an honor to God, to our pastor. Give a big hand to Bishop Howell. To my brother Aubrey and sister Katie, and to the whole family, and to those that have sat in that seat, families that are here that have sat in that seat know better than any of us how they feel. I don't care how much settlement they may be given. You can never fill the hole in their heart that was caused for no reason. And that is why they're here. Give those mothers, fathers, and uncles of victims that come today a big hand. In the tradition of the black church, we take a text and a subject, and I didn't want to disrespect Bishop. So I went to the book of Isaiah. Today they tell me this is Grandma's birthday. I'm a little older than her, so I got to wear my reading glasses. book of Isaiah, 59th chapter, 8th and the 9th verse, says, the way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither doth justice overtake us. I want to use for a subject, no justice, no peace. (1986) in a section of Brooklyn called Howard Beach, a young man named Michael Griffith was killed because they said that they didn't allow blacks in the neighborhood. Some of us went out and marched. And during the march, one brother yelled, I believe his name was Amawali, no justice, no peace. And it became the chant of our movement. Some of us have made it popular, but it started there. But it really started in the Bible. Because Isaiah said that those that practice injustice cannot practice peace. The absence of justice is the absence of peace. And when we say that, we're not talking about violence, because there is a confusion in this country between peace and quiet. Some of us are told to shut up and just be quiet. And you call that peace, but peace is the presence of justice. You can't tell us to shut up and suffer. We must speak up when there is an injustice. I remember as I was riding here and I saw someone, and as I got out the car to meet the family to ride to the church, heard a man say, I've not seen a funeral procession like this since Prince in Minneapolis. I said, well, we came to bury the Prince of Brooklyn Center. We come from all over the country because you hurt one of our princes. That's why we're in this temple with purple all over, because it represents royalty. You thought he was just some kid with air freshener. He was a prince. And all of Minneapolis has stopped today to honor the Prince of Brooklyn Center. If you knew who we were, if you understood we were divine visions that God made, if you understood that his mother and father broke the racial barrier lines and raised him in an interracial home that used to be against the law, but they defied the color barriers, a black man and a white woman, and raised children to not hate nobody. And he was a prince of that raising. If you knew who he was. You have been caught with mistaken identity. You keep thinking that we are somebody we're not. They tell our young folks to don't go to the streets and march, when marching and protesting is a way of correcting the injustice Isaiah talked about. You can't go to church on Sunday and read this book that we call the Bible and not fight against oppression. God is not on the side of the oppressor. God is on the side of the oppressed. For every Pharaoh, there was a Moses. For every Nebuchadnezzar, there was a Daniel. For every Belshazzar, there were 3 Hebrew boys. For every Herod, there was a Jesus. We come in the tradition of what God's plans was, and when you oppress us, we must stand up. That's why we're here. 11 months ago, we stood for George Floyd. And as the trial wound down and the jury was about to get the verdict, and the reason we got the jury we got and the verdict we got is God used a young brother born and raised as a Muslim, but believing in the same God. It don't matter how you approach God. And elected him even after you tried to scandalize him. The Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. God doesn't use folk without letting you test them. Everybody that God calls, he lets you baptize them in fire. They indicted Martin Luther King. It only got him ready for what he did. Every time you are under attack, you just getting ready because God wouldn't test you if he wasn't going to graduate you. And he was being tested and elected so that he was prepared to take the attacks when he stood up for George Floyd and was able for the first time in the history of the state of Minnesota to convict a white policeman for killing a black man, 2 murder convictions and 1 manslaughter conviction. God has turned the page in the state of Minnesota, and we're never going back no more. Yes, some of us have different tactics, but all of us have the same goal. Talk about some of y'all are civil rights, some of y'all are street activists. We all street activists, and we all civil rights. Some of us young, some of us old, but we all the same. They don't discriminate us because of age. And that's why when I talked to Brother Aubrey and told him that we'd be there for him, whatever he needs, because we see this young man as royalty. When Ben Crump called me the other night and told me that they were winding the trial down, you better come in. I had certain obligations and I had to fulfill them in New York, couldn't get here the way I wanted. I called one of my wealthy black friends. He said, I'll send you my plane. Some of them got on Twitter talking about why I'm on a private plane. Because I'm that kind of guy. When George Floyd was killed, Tyler Perry sent his private plane to bring the Floyd family to Minneapolis. Robert Smith sent a private plane to bring Eric Garner's mother and me into Minneapolis. We ain't in the back of the bus no more. I'd have taken an Apollo rocket if it was available. every crisis must be answered, though, with real change. Yesterday, the Attorney General Garland announced a study of the practices in Minnesota. And that is going to lead to where it goes. But now we are fighting for a federal law. Why federal law? Because if we keep having to fight state by state, we'll never solve this. The generation before me, they boycotted in Montgomery against the segregation laws in Alabama. And they boycotted the bus company. 1955, they started December 1st. And for a solid year, they wouldn't ride the bus. They said it was better to walk in dignity than to ride in shame. And they broke the backs of Alabama's segregation. But Dr. King and Dr. Abernathy and Rosa Parks said, we can't stop there. We got to have federal law. And they went their way. Then some young students, the young folk of that day, they became freedom riders, and others did other things. And it took 9 years, and they got the Civil Rights Act federally that made it against federal law, Congresswoman Omar, to discriminate. Well, we've gone from all of these abuses, from Oscar Grant and Amadou Diallo and others, all the way to Philando Castile right here in Minneapolis area. We struggled through all of that, but we are going to now, in his name, in the name of Dante, we're going to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act as federal law. We are going to make it against the law all over this country to keep bringing us to funerals for our young princes. This is not a Republican or Democratic thing. Isaiah said it's about justice. If you believe in justice, it's time for the federal government to reflect the will of the people. You couldn't have a better picture than to have two people that crossed the color line and raised children to be somebody, to stand up and embrace them. You couldn't have had a better example than the Floyd family that wiped tears from their eyes and stood up with dignity, even as they watched them smear their brother, their uncle, their father. We've always had to take the smearing, Keith Ellison, but behind every dark night, the sun will shine. I was talking to one of the relatives, and I said, well, what are they trying to justify? One said, well, they said they saw some air fresheners in the back of his car. Well, air fresheners is to keep the bad odors out. Well, we come today as the air fresheners for Minnesota. We're trying to get the stench of police brutality out of the atmosphere. We're trying to get the stench of racism out of the atmosphere. We're trying to get the stench of racial profiling out of the atmosphere. We come to Minnesota as air fresheners because your air is too odorous for us to breathe. We can't breathe in your stinking air no more. I know we got to get to the cemetery, but let me tell you this. The time has come for America to stand up and bring a new day to where we don't have to explain to our children what to do when the police stop you. It's time to bring a new day where we don't have to videotape when we see a badge, but where we know that they're there to serve and protect. not treat us like we've been convicted. The time has come for police to understand they're not above the law. They're to enforce the law. And if you can't live up to the badge, don't take the oath and put it on. When we put that badge on you, we expect you to act like somebody that is civilized and respectful. Some say, Reverend Al, police are human. Well, we knew that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent you through training. But we assume when you come through that you were trained. Trained people don't confuse guns from tasers. Trained people don't shoot men like Philando with a child in the back seat. Trained people don't put knees on people's necks for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Trained people don't shoot 41 times at Amadou Diallo. Trained people don't shoot at a young 12-year-old boy named Tamir Rice. You broke your training. Now we're going to send you to the corner, and you getting your punishment at the corner of the newest jail that we can find. So as we celebrate this young man's life, 20 years old, not even reaching his mid-20s, his mother and father heartbroken, his siblings heartbroken, but they will be comforted knowing that because of this sacrifice that is going to change the laws of the land, children unborn is going to know his name. Governors here, Congress people here, senators here, for you, Dante, because you are the prince that made us all come together. They stopped traffic today all the way through Minneapolis. Folk couldn't drive nowhere because they had to say hail to the prince. They shouldn't have done what they done. We're going to stop Minneapolis today because a prince is on his way to his rest. And as you rest, there's a resting place. There's a martyr's bench. Take your seat, Dante. Tell George Floyd who you are. Take your seat, Dante. Shake hands with Philando Castillo. Take your seat. Take your seat next to Oscar Grant, because there's a special place in heaven for those that shed innocent blood, because God will use you to straighten out the world. The world will never be the same because we're going to stand up for situations like this. We do not in any way condone or incite violence. People keep telling me, Reverend, why don't y'all tell people not to be violent? We always have. But when are you going to tell policemen to stop being violent? Problem is not us talking to our youth. The problem is you talking to your bad cops. Now, all cops are not bad. I saw 10 get on the stand the other day and testify against another policeman. That's why no change is here. When you see the blue wall of silence tumble in a courtroom in Minneapolis, when policemen understand that they are committed to the oath rather than to their colleague, that's when we know a breakthrough is coming. That's when we know we can pass the George Floyd bill, because folk are not going to lie on you no more. And next time you get ready to pull your gun, next time you get ready to bend your knee, put in your mind the picture of the man taking the handcuffs and making Chauvin put his hands behind his back and walk into a penitentiary and learn that you will pay for the crimes you commit. As I talked closer to the family, they said that, well, the real reason they stopped was because his tags had expired. Well, I come to Minnesota to tell you your tags have expired. Your tags of racism has expired. Your tags of police brutality has expired. Your tags of white supremacy has expired. Your tags of looking at us different than everybody else has expired. Your tags have expired. It's time to renew and get some new tags. Tags of righteousness, tags of fairness, tags of treating everybody the same way, tags of no justice, no peace. Lastly, when I come to Minneapolis, 3 days after George Floyd was killed, lynched by knee, I went to one of the marches, and I saw almost as many whites as blacks. Now your children are doing what you wouldn't do, standing up for justice. We called Martin Luther King III National Action Network called a march in Washington, August 28th, the anniversary of his father's march. People told me, don't call it, it's a pandemic. It's going to be a super spreader. But 204,000 people came. We tested them all. We did all we were supposed to do to see what way we could avoid any breaking out of COVID coming in. And we marched around the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. We marched around the John Lewis Voting Act because they're trying to turn back voting rights. Those tags done expired too. That ain't gonna happen no more. And we marched all over. Marched for Breonna Taylor, whose boyfriend is here with us today. Some went and stayed down there and stood up for Breonna. Getting ready to go march for Pamela Turner, May 13th in Texas. I hope y'all live in Texas. We on the way. Because your tags have expired. We're going to stop by North Carolina where a young man was shot yesterday. We're going to look in Columbus, Ohio. Your tags have expired. We're going wherever you show up because your tags have expired. In the name of the prophet Isaiah, we are not going to be quiet as long as there is no justice. I want you to know that this Bible that you claim you believe in, you need to stop quoting it and start reading it. It's a Bible of justice. And if you don't understand it, talk to some of us that read it straight. I know y'all had a president that holds it upside down, but turn it right side up. Because if you turn it right side up and you get to the end of the book, at the end of Revelation, God made a promise, Aubrey. God made a promise, Katie. He said the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. And the lion and the lamb are going to lay down together, and God will take care of his children. God will make a way out of no way. God will heal the land. God will take care of Dante now. Stand up and be what we were born to be. We are not anyone's slaves. We're the children of God. We're the children of God. We're the children of God. before we leave, became cousins today. We want the family first, but we want some of those that have come to recognize the princely state that we're here and to give proclamations. They ought to be here. Whether you agree with them or not, they should be here to respect who he was and what he stood for. I read he was the center when he played basketball in school. Now he's the center of a movement of God. I want his brothers and sisters to keep your mother and father covered, because it won't be long for these crowds to be gone. Orlando's mother could tell you that everybody's here when the cameras are here. But when the cameras go, a lot of your new cousins ain't gonna be there. And y'all gonna have to keep the family together. This police woman is charged. You're gonna have to go through a long trial. And they're gonna try things to not have a trial. But stay by your mother and father. Some of us will be here. And others will come when the cameras come back. I don't worry about the cameras. I got my own TV show. I ain't trying to get on TV. But stay strong and stay together. I saw his auntie on TV. She preached better than any preacher up here. Stand up, auntie. I want us to hear some proclamations and words. Let me start with another one that had been smeared, that God tested and they passed the test. Let us hear from our Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Reverend Alsharpton, for being here and for that beautiful eulogy. Most of us in this room, including myself, look at you as a guardian and are blessed to be in your presence. And may Dante Wright serve as a guardian for all of us. But as a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, as one of the youngest and newest members of the Congressional Black Caucus, I also have guardians. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and our chairwoman, Joyce Beatty, serve as guardians for me and many of my colleagues. Joyce Beatty was going to be here and speak on our behalf as the chairwoman of our caucus. But just like we've been visited by tragedy here in Minnesota often, she, in Columbus, Ohio, was visited by a tragedy of a young woman whose life was taken by Columbus police. And so I wanted to read a little bit of the resolution of congressional condolences that our guardian, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, filed on behalf of our son, Dante Wright, here in Minnesota. Whereas Dante Demetrius Wright attended Thomas Edison High School in Minneapolis, which I'm an alum of, and Blaine High School in Blaine, Minnesota. After high school, he studied at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities in Minneapolis. Dante Demetrius Wright had a son born in July 2019. Dante Demetrius Wright named his son Dante Demetrius Wright Jr. And we are today comforted by the words of our Lord in the Revelation 21-4, which says, "And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things that passed away." No words can really help ease the pain, no words can really help to ease the loss you bear. Just know that your family and friends are very close in every thought and prayer. May the outpouring of sympathy, the kinds of acts of friends and strangers, the comfort in knowing that your loss is felt by many, help you through this. Dante Demetrius Wright brought great joy to his family, and his life was a blessing to all who had the privilege to know him. Dante Demetrius Wright is survived and cherished by his father, Aubrey Wright, and his mother, Katie Wright, and his son, Dante Wright Jr., and a host of family and friends. And his legacy will live. We also wanted to present this to his mom and dad, if you all can come. We flew a flag over the United States Capitol on behalf of your son. And I wanted to present the flag to you.
Let them stay here a minute. We got something else to present them. All of this they deserve. When George Floyd was killed and we wanted the best prosecution, my mentor, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and I called the governor. And the governor talked to the DA, who graciously stepped back and allowed the Attorney General to be the prosecutor that did such a great job. And the governor is here with us today for the proclamation from the state.
As Governor of Minnesota, on behalf of the entire state and our population, we extend our deepest condolences to the Wright family and issue the following proclamation to honor the life and memory of Dante Wright. Whereas Dante Wright was beloved by his families, neighbors, community, and had his entire young life ahead of him. We mourn that loss. We know that this tragedy is connected to the deep and systemic racism in our society that black people in Minnesota and across this country face every single day. While nothing will bring Dante Wright back to his loved ones, we must continue to enact real, meaningful change at the local, state, and national levels to fight systemic racism so that every single person in Minnesota, black, indigenous, brown, and white, can be safe and thrive. We must be steadfast in our accountability to change from the top to the bottom and not rest until we create a different future for Dante Wright's son and every other child like him. Now, therefore, I, Tim Walz, Governor of Minnesota, had ordered a moment of silence for 2 minutes across the entire state of Minnesota at 12 p.m. on Thursday, April 22nd, to honor the life and memory of Dante Wright and his family and friends as they lay him to rest, and remember that every person whose life has been cut short due to systemic and racism and discrimination will not be forgotten.
In order to pass the George Floyd bill that has already passed the House, we need to pass it in the Senate. We have an advocate from the Senate, your senator in Minnesota, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you so much, Reverend Al, and thank you, Bishop Howell, for allowing me to join you in this sacred space. Thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Wright, and asking me to close out by saying a few words in your son's memory. I don't have a proclamation for you to give in a piece of paper. I've got a proclamation in the Senate, and that is that we must pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. You know, there's a photo of your son, of Dante, that many Americans have seen by now. He's standing outdoors on a sparkling day, holding his son, Dante Jr., and he's got this big smile on his face, smile that you said, Katie, would light up the room. We see the lively, outgoing young man who always made people laugh, who was lovingly voted class clown his freshman year by his high school class. We see the basketball fan whose left-handed shot would make any coach proud. Most of all, we see Dante's radiant love for his family as he holds his baby boy. In the photo, Dante Jr. wears a colorful bib with polka dots and a bow tie, and the words "First Birthday" printed in cheerful letters across the front. And that's when we see the enormous hole Dante leaves in the world. That's when we remember that he won't be there for his son's second birthday or high school graduation or to see those grandkids. Racism in this country is not isolated. It is systemic. And so when we ask ourselves why Dante Jr. has to grow up without a dad, when we think about what could possibly fill this hole Dante left in the world, we come up empty. Instead, we find a much bigger hole where justice should be. That word is so heavy on our minds this week, justice. 2 days ago, in a courtroom not 10 miles from where Dante was shot, a jury found Derek Chauvin guilty of the murder of George Floyd, and the nation owes a debt of gratitude to the Floyd family. Thank you for being here. To my friend, Attorney General Keith Ellison, who's, by the way, Reverend Al, if I could introduce his family, Keith's family, who has had his back right there, if they could stand up. Keith's family, his wife, Monica, they had his back through everything. And to Ben Crump, Reverend Al, Reverend Jesse Jackson, all those in my state who have been warriors for justice. And yet, while this was a historic moment for our country, we cannot confuse accountability for justice. Because true justice is not done as long as having expired tags means losing your life during a traffic stop. True justice is not done as long as a chokehold, a knee on the neck, or a no-knock warrant is considered legitimate policing. True justice is not done as long as black Americans are killed by law enforcement at more than twice the rate of white Americans. And to use your words, Katie, true justice is not done as long as your son isn't coming home for dinner. Our hearts ache for Dante in part because so many people in this room and throughout our state can imagine being 20 years old, driving around their neighborhood on a Sunday afternoon, yes, even with expired registration tags, yes, even with an air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. Many young people can imagine calling their mom when they need insurance information or when they're scared. But only some can imagine being shot by a police officer during a traffic stop. Only some could imagine that this phone call would be their last. Only some live with that fear every single day. And that, Mr. Crump, as you know, is the definition of injustice. During that groundbreaking trial, George Floyd's family members, a store clerk, a firefighter, passerbys, as well as you noted, Reverend Al, a number of police officers testified about George Floyd and what happened that day. They told the truth. They said it was wrong. And we heard Darnella Fraser, a teenager who testified having witnessed George Floyd murder, say, "It's been nights I stay up, apologizing for George Floyd for not doing more." Could she have done more? No. It was not on her to change what happened that fateful day. And it's not on people who nearly a year later happened to be at the intersection of 63rd and Orchard in Brooklyn Center to change what happened to Dante. It is on us as leaders in our communities, in our neighborhoods, as lawmakers. We can do more. We must do more, because for too long change has come inch by inch when we should be miles ahead. It is time for Washington, D.C. to move forward on police reform and pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. We must make policing more accountable. We have to change police training and standards, including banning chokeholds, which my colleague, Senator Smith, is leading the bill to ban chokeholds, along with myself. She is up here with me on this stage. We have to change the status quo so that driving while black doesn't result in getting shot. This is the urgent task before us, not for tomorrow when I go back to Washington. Not for tomorrow, not for next year, but for now. True justice. So as we remember Dante's life and grieve his death, we must repair what's broken in this country and make sure class clowns and basketball fans, doting fathers and caring sons remain with us in body, as Dante now does in spirit, Mrs. Wright. And we won't rest until justice, true justice, is done. That's my proclamation to you.
We are getting ready to go. Let me again thank our warrior, the Attorney General of Black America, Ben Crump. Give him a lot of love. A day before the final funeral of George Floyd in Houston, then candidate Joe Biden came to Houston and met with the Floyd family and Ben Crump and I, and showed us sensitivity. He's called them since then. He's met with the civil rights organization heads, convened by Mark Morial, the president of the National Urban League, who's here. And he said he would meet periodically. And we're calling on the president to meet. There needs to be a White House meeting on how we deal with these police incidents, one right after another, that he and the vice president are committed to. There needs to be a meeting with the Attorney General. We called for it right here in this funeral this morning. We have many mayors here, and we're glad that they're all present, and we are happy that you're here. We want the family to go out first. The ministers will lead them out. Then I want activist groups, not just those of us that are known, but those that's been marching in the streets that made this happen. Many of you need to walk behind the family because you made this happen. And then our head of youth and college National Action Network, Minister Talik McMillan, my youngest daughter's with me, Ashley Shopton, Reverend Bartley. Where's Until Freedom? They've been marching all over for Breonna. Where they at? Tell them that we want them to march with us. We want to go together. NAACP, Urban League, all of us. Mark, walk with the ministers, please, as we lead the family out. And make sure that you put your red light on, because some tags expired, and we got to pull them over with a new law, the George Floyd law.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance and give you peace. In Jesus' name, amen.
all by myself. I don't need any help. I can have it on my own. I am the first and the last. Whatever you need, just ask. For I am God. I was there in the beginning, and I'll be there when you get to the all seeing, all knowing, almighty, ever showing. For I am God. I was there in the beginning. And I'll be there when you get to the end. I'm all seeing, all knowing, almighty, ever showing. For I am, for and know that I am. The one that conquers. The one that delivers. The one that makes a way. Just still and know that I am. I'm your healer. I'm the deliverer. I'm a way maker. I am God. Take care. I am God. I'll make a way. Just stand still and know that I am. He'll make a way. Out of no way. He'll take care. Just stand still and know that I am. He's the King of Kings. He's the Lord of Lords. He's your way out. For I am God. Jehovah Jireh. He's the provider. He's Jehovah God. He'll make a way. Just stand still and know that I am. I'm your king. I'm your healer. I'm your deliverer. Just stand still and know that I am.
I need this clear. Yeah? And I need this all more clear too. Thank you. This way. Hey. Then back on that road. Move the ladder.
Everybody to the flag. Behind the goal. Behind the goal. Behind the goal. Behind the goal. You're the best. Behind the goal.
We love you, Al Sharpton. We love you, brother. Power to the people. Hey, right on, baby.
Either way, you want to come over here? Come over here.
Trey, you want me to clean this
I
out?
don't want nobody standing. Bam, bam. You might want to step up there. Yeah, that's what I don't want nobody. No, she good. I don't want nobody running in front of those cars.
You want a cemetery? I'm gonna go. Tattoo that, man. Until I pass across again, my brother. Okay. You see which way Mark Morial went? That's from my bed.
And let me see if I can finish
It is someone there. It is someone there. Is all the family out? Yeah, letting them get behind the procession. Yeah, they already got told them to get in the vehicle and wait on the key. Why they pull out? Have them pull out the street, not wait. People on the overflow, the family members. Have them lined up now. Yo, hey, back up. Make a way.
Okay. She said she was open it for
Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Make a perimeter where they can come on through. Make a perimeter where they can get through.
Trey! Trey! Tell them to wait. Push the crowd back. Push the crowd back.
Get you to scoot back some, please.
Hey, y'all step back some.
Move back about 6 feet.
Yeah, I know. Step back a little bit. Pass that line back.
There's enough room for these cars to get through. That's enough space right there. Get them behind the line.
As long as they pass that line. As long as they pass that line. Tell her, once every year the car is back over. Show the crowd. Step back, step back.
I'm looking at the wrong guy. Hey, watch out, Doc. Hey, watch out. He got back up. They might have snuck out the back of y'all. I got it. Who y'all waiting on? I can tell you if they're gone. I gotta go. Let's go. E. You going? You fine. Hold on. You need some more? Hold on, Trey. Hold on. We getting out the rim truck now.
Oh, that's right, you are. Okay. Yep, we have a sheriff back there up in the south. All right. Okay.
I mean, there's no doubt that.
Move them cones. Let the family come through. Move them cones. Move them cones.
Yeah. Well, the hero is the young girl. I think about that a lot. Like, use our cameras, do something good. Like that girl, she's forced into a situation that we don't think we can explain. So great, yeah. So you made something with a camera that will have more power than anything else.
Yeah, but I kind of see it as apples and oranges. I mean, it's great. It's totally great. The thing I like about her is that, and it's one of the things that bothers me the most in doing this work, is that impulse that, like, that I'm very shy and I'm very timid.
They're actually the first black
Okay. And so you write the column
I do the photo.
Okay, so this gonna be in there? I'm gonna have to Google it.
I hope so. SF Baby.
Okay. SF San Francisco Baby.
Yeah,
That's what it is, huh? Check it out now. What's your name? Tamara?
Yeah, but I use a pseudonym for this is my real name, but I use a pseudonym.
That's all right. I'll see the comment.
There's a lot of good stuff. I got a lot of very
have a marathon still, we walking in.